Hello, and welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together to play some awesome tabletop RPGs. I hope it's all working, because again, it's all jank and I'm running it, but I think it's all okay. Please yell loudly in the chat if anything is wrong, especially with the audio balance, but I think we're...
Ah!
Dan and I were on the
Panic.
same page. I was just waiting for you to finish talking.
Yes.
Interrupting players! Sorry, okay.
So, we're all here for episode 2 of The Last Ditch Season 2. This time I remembered to put the bit cup and the tip things in, so that's actually all coming up, so awesome. Thank you for the people who are pressing the various buttons. Also, we don't have a Maggie today, unfortunately. Apparently I'm quiet. Oh no! There's always something. Hang on.
Want me to yell about things about them? I can
give
do
him
it.
a couple more decibels. We should be good. Yes, unfortunately, we don't have a Maggie here today. Sadly, later on yesterday after the show, Maggie's cat Riggs passed away at the ripe old age of 19. So please send her all of the love and hugs that you possibly have to spare. Because that's a long time to have a cat. That cat's been with her for through thick and thin, ridiculous trials and tribulations, and I'm totally understandable that she's having a rough time. So lots of hugging and so on to send there. Anyway, To move on to happier things, as I'm sure she would want us to. We have a supporter for today's episode. Today's supporter is Joe Fu as Lieutenant Tuminia of the Imperial Navy. He picked his corps for this one. The Imperial Navy was enough of an option that he's like, yes, I get him. He wanted to be Imperial Navy in the first season, but there literally wasn't one. But this time he got it. He got his chance, and he got straight in there. We also have things out on Patreon. We have the February recap is out on Patreon right now for you to check out if you so wish. And also, you may have noticed that if you're in certain places, the show is an hour late for you. That is because time zones are weird and stupid. Daylight saving is a thing, and even like that in and of itself is already terrible, but also daylight saving is a thing in some places at different times than others, as well as not some places, while it is a thing in some other places. So if your clock's changed last night, then this show and next week's show and any other shows in that intervening time will be 1 hour later for you, and then everyone else's clocks will change and everything will go back to normal. It's dumb.
It's weird.
Yes.
Did you
All
know
your
that there's
people.
actually
Tell him it's stupid. Oh my god,
yeah.
sorry.
We just start talking at the same time.
Tyler, we're on the same brain today. Okay.
And go.
All right. So, did you guys know that there's an actual instance of insane heart attack rates, death rates, all kinds of stuff, especially with relation to this past daylight savings, the one that springs forward because you lose an hour.
Yep, car accidents as well, because people go to work tired and
mental
crash
health
on the way.
incidents as well. Yeah,
it's terrible.
It's insane.
I say it every time. It's like the entire reason we do it is so that certain things can happen at more ideal times of day. Just do them at the ideal time of day. Don't alter time itself to justify to yourself doing things differently. It's silly. It's also that we use
So
less
silly.
power. It's like, we'll just start the work day and the school day an hour sooner in the summer or the winter or whatever, or later in the winter or whatever the thing is that means that you get more daylight and you don't use power. Just do it that way.
I mean, it honestly, life and time would just adjust without changing the hour difference, we would follow just the daylight. We wouldn't have to change. Daylight still would start, it would just start later,
Yeah, no,
it's the whole
the sun
concept
still
is
comes
just
up at
dumb.
the same time of day after you change the clocks. You've just tricked yourself into thinking it's a different time of day so that things work out better for somebody.
Yeah.
But for
silly.
whom?
And
Because it ain't
I
the
heard-
it
farmers
wouldn't even be
anymore.
that bad if everyone just
Yeah,
did it
I
at the
heard it
same
was the
damn
farmers.
time. But the certain countries do it 2 weeks earlier, or sometimes 1, or sometimes 3. And so twice a year, Rolford shows go wonky because no one can decide what time zone to be on at any one moment. Anyway,
Can you imagine how difficult that is even for businesses now if they have meetings overseas and all kinds of stuff like that?
It's hell.
Like, it
I've
makes
been
no
organizing.
sense.
Last week, I was
Thank God for
organizing
Google
meetings for this
Calendar.
coming week, and I'm like, okay, so what is time gonna be by the time that we have this meeting?
No,
Yeah.
see, the nice thing about Google Calendar is that it kind of does everything for you if you set it in the person's, like, if you set it in yours, like your time zone, Bentham, and I just kind of set it, like, all of the things in my Google Calendar that's, like, based in yours, it'll just automatically transfer, which is great, but it doesn't solve the problem, all the other problems that, daylight savings does, which the only place in Canada that doesn't have daylight savings is Saskatchewan, which is, like, the prairies, middle of nowhere. So yeah, I think we're working on it on our side, but
Canada has prairies.
yes,
They have priorities
massive
too.
prairies. What do you mean? Does it have prairies?
Maybe I don't know what prairies are.
I do imagine
Like,
prairies as being fairly
massive
warm,
fields.
but I suppose they could just
Yeah.
be. Yeah.
Like, I thought of prairies as, like,
You think of like the Lion King, don't you? It's like this.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to educate you
we
guys.
don't have prairies over here in the UK. We've got.
No, you have swamp.
Yeah,
We have swamp?
We-
I mean, we
we-
do
we-
have,
It's
but,
just one
like,
big swamp. It just rains all the time, right?
That's not exactly what swamps
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
Rain
There you go. See, we're both stupid. Like, okay, let's move
At
on.
least we're
Oh,
stupid
dear.
together, you know?
We have
All
bogs.
It's okay.
stupid together.
We have bogs.
Yeah, we do have bogs. Yep. And everything.
They're called the prairies up here.
Lots of bogs, especially in Scotland, I think. Anyway, the final announcement for the moment is that, as mentioned in the last episode, we're mixing it up with how this show works. We're having we are the commanders and we're doing the commanding, but then we gotta have our orders be carried out, and for that purpose, we're bringing in guests to do that for us. It's great. We just sit back and watch them get murdered because of our bad decisions, and then at the end they probably won or something. So we get to we get to attribute that to ourselves. It's great. The classic commander strat. But I can announce the first guest cast, which will be starting next week and running for 4 weeks, and we'll be finding out what they get up to, in a sense, today as we order them to do it. Though we'll find out later what regiments and stuff they'll be playing. But the first guest cast will consist of. It worked. Don't pay too much attention to this asset. I made it because Maggie's away, and if you look too hard, you will discover that it's crap. But starting next week and going for 4 weeks, we have Katie Peters, who we've had on a couple different shows recently. Tashnar, making her first appearance on Roll For It. Derp Digital, also known as Mighty Rick, who is our head mod, making his first appearance finally on the show.
Wow!
And also Lord Minion 777, also known as Wade, who we've had on once before, but it has been a good long while and a whole pandemic since, so it'll be nice to see him again.
So I started laughing because of Wade's picture.
Yeah, I was like,
That's
who's that
from the
lumberjack?
heist. That's literally from Heist with Markiplier. His character he played in that, and it just makes me laugh.
I asked everyone for headshots, he didn't give me one, so I used his Twitter profile. It is tradition.
Also, why is Rick in a 90s fish lens in his? It looks
have to ask him.
like the classic 90s kind of like woo, fish lens.
That is a
Like the
90s
Nirvana
thing, isn't it?
baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
Wait,
you go.
is Rick the Nirvana baby grown up?
I'm assuming yes. It only makes sense.
Rick!
Oh dear.
Oh God. So we're gonna find out by the end of this episode what.
We won't necessarily know
groups are gonna
specifically
be,
what they're
really?
doing, but we can guess that it's something in the realm of landing on a planet and establishing a foothold somehow.
No, but what regiment they're gonna be.
They will be that'll be decided, I think, a little bit later. It's going to be a
Yes,
combination of
we
like
will be
what
talking.
makes sense for how things go, and then also what they want to play, because I'm sure they'll have their opinions, and obviously they'll want.
There is only one right answer.
Anything but the 12th.
Wow! No, that's not.
You know
God damn
Wade's
it.
gonna push for the 12th. I'm just calling it right now.
Really?
Yeah, when you were
So
talking,
Wade and I are gonna be
Tyler.
best friends. Is that what's
Oh, yeah,
happening?
let-
Hey
let-
Wade, what's going on?
Last episode, when everyone was like, I can guess who's gonna be 12th, we were all thinking Wade.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, okay. Because I don't know him, so I'm just like, I don't
I feel
know.
like he fits right in. We'll have to see.
That's his wheelhouse for sure.
my people.
Cooking, food, being goofy. All right, let's do it.
They may also mix
My
it up
man.
and switch regiments partway through, just to get the whole showcase. Because we've got
Whoa,
6
whoa.
Oh,
different
that could work
regiments to get a look at.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah.
We'll basically it'll be a little bit played by ear, like seeing how they do and everything. But there may be switching and stuff as we go through.
Alright.
Interdasting.
I'm very excited to see how all this goes.
Yes.
I
And
would
that's
love
just
to
the
see
first
Tash
of
as a
many guest
12th.
casts. I've been doing a lot of recruiting. So much.
We have some interesting casts coming for you.
Did
So
you just say costs? Like
Casts.
money cost?
this kind of
Cast.
sound like
Cast.
cost in a pirate voice.
I think with Bentham being reasonably up north, I think I'm the only one with a posh southern British accent. So
Mm.
everyone else is cast. I'm cast.
We ain't got time for a long gaze up here at north. We don't even have time for tea.
No teas.
I want tea.
We do have time
Can
for
I-
tea.
I have raspberry lemonade today. That was my tea.
Just let me know when you want me to kick off, Bentham. I don't know how
right.
much more announcements you have.
I'm just taking feedback on the audio. I'm honing in on correct volumes for everybody. Every time we get a little bit closer. Yes. Let's do the shilling. Let's do that. Roll for It is able to do all the cool stuff that it does. Because of the awesome support of all of you wonderful people. And the main way that you can support us is on Patreon. We have a Patreon where there's a whole bunch of tiers that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, and that is the main thing that we use to pay cast, pay for cool art, like that Rickenbacker art up there that's taking Maggie's place today, and all that kind of thing. The rewards include, but are not limited to, MP3s of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show, where we argue about what kind of bacon is good bacon, and occasionally talk about the show. And we also will be linking you character sheets, all that kind of thing, enemy stats, enemy monsters and maps, and secret behind the scenes gubbins planning and all that kind of thing. There's some of that coming soon for Ascension, our D&D show on Thursdays. And you can also submit names for NPCs. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins break down the events of the previous month, talk about how things are going for Roll For It in general. And also, if you're crazy, you can support the Legend tier or even the Data tier, where you can take part in a once-monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast, which is not a streamed game, it's just a private game that you get to be a part of. This month, we have a little red dot running something. I don't think it's been announced what it is yet, and I'm going to be running some Star Wars Without Number, which is where I mash together Stars Without Number and the X-Wing Miniatures game, because I like pew pew spaceship models on tables, and I need any excuse I can to get people to play with them with me. So they get to be starship pilots, and they get to fly their ships around. It's great. And also there's an RPG in there probably, but whatever.
Mom said I could be Han Solo this time. I don't know. I don't know anything about Star Wars, so
We will have to remedy
don't
that.
mind me. We might have to, actually.
There's other ways that you can support us as well. You can support us on Twitch, and now it will actually appear on the screen like it's meant to. You can drop us bits. They will appear in the cup and adorn Sheepy's beard. I've now reinstated it after last time, though I think the size is wrong. I might have to shrink it so it's more like beard positioned.
Now it's kind of like a necklace-ish, or like a
yeah, it's like it's
strapless
more
top.
like just kind of adornment on the shirt or something. I have to make some careful adjustments. But you can drop us bits, they'll appear in the cup, and physics happens, which is always fun. You can also give us a tip, that'll appear on the screen, and we'll read them out at the end of the show. So thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. I'll have to remember how to do that, though. That is one thing I haven't set up yet. But you can also subscribe, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to our VODs, whereas normally you would have to wait 24 hours for them to appear on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can also become a YouTube member. That gives you emotes and badges over there. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter all give you access to our Discord. We can hang out with us and other fans of the show and talk about all the things, but presumably the shows, because why else would you be in there except to talk about that? And you may get a couple hints in there about coming projects, because I like to troll the people in there with nebulous Discord roles for cast members, so that you can try and work out what they are.
Project Backup was fun.
That really threw people, because why would I make two different projects for the same show? Yeah. Little did they know it was all part of the plan, all just to confuse them. But now it's out of the bag. Now it's all coming together. You get to see the fruits of the sneakiness. You can also support us just by being here. Just showing up is also awesome. Just contributing to the numbers really matters and makes a difference and makes the platforms like us and shows to more people and all that kind of thing. Pressing all the buttons and all that kind of thing does as well, because then it thinks you're engaged, and presumably and hopefully you are, and therefore it promotes you more. It's great. And there's way too many buttons these days, and bells and whistles and all sorts of things like that. Some buttons mean some things in some places and other things in other places, and it's really awkward. No one can decide what subscribing means. Like, does it mean you give money? Does it mean you just watch the thing? Nobody knows. No one can decide. Making it up as they go along. YouTube changed the name of its membership at one point. It was called something else. I think it's now YouTube member, but it was something else first, and I can't even remember what it was anymore.
I think it was Minion.
I don't think it was Minion.
Yeah, YouTube Minions, definitely.
It's only a matter of time before a website does that. You just become a Minion button. Like, we got nothing else. They've all been used elsewhere. Anyway, we super appreciate you all for being here and showing up and helping out in the algorithm ways and all that. So, without further ado, we should give you the show as a thanks.
And also, if you are a subscriber or YouTube member or Patreon and you have access to Discord, you can come to Discord and join the rear guard for this show, which lets you basically, you'll have a representative of part of the army where you can roll and affect the outcome of things. If you're part of the artillery corps, for example, you can help Bentham kill his superiors. Which, seeing as he doesn't have any anymore, like in this campaign at least, he may just be aiming for himself.
I mean, I like that. There's always superiors in the Imperium. There's always further. You can travel to. We just need like some Grand Admiral or something to visit, and we can be like.
Are you implying that the next artillery barrage is heading for Terra?
I mean, I was working towards that
for the Golden Throne.
Like, one step at a time. You don't want to go too far, because if you kill the Emperor when you're like a commander, you're not gonna take his place. You got to wait till you're in that position, and then you fire an artillery shell into into the Great Palace or whatever it is, and straight through the Holy Throne.
Golden Throne.
And that definitely, totally won't make demons immediately pour out of everything.
Well, there's the theory that the Emperor is the fifth Chaos God, so.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Bentham's like, Horus was weak. I'm gonna finish the job. All I need is misplaced artillery, and I can get anything done. So yes. Okay, let's start off because Sheepy hasn't put any music on. Start off there. So last week we made up our initial plans for the invasion of Katik and the invasion of Oscilia. We looked at some of our troopers just to see what we had, and just did some basic kind of very, very basic diplomacy work with Breaker's Yard and the governor of Breaker's Yard, just to figure out how you're going to set up. You set up in the wasteland, kind of in between their food supply and all of their people, not so that you could have a stranglehold on the planet if you wanted, but well, it kind of worked out that way.
It wasn't the primary reasoning, but it was the secondary reasoning.
It was a happy coincidence. The current plan is for an invasion of Katik on the western side of the continent, an invasion of Ascilia on the eastern side, kind of taking up an area to set up an HQ, and an insertion of kind of distraction guerrilla troops onto a peninsula of Katik on the northeast.
Spies, recon, and guerrilla. Yeah.
Yes. So what we're going to do this episode, to kind of like round off the HQ, we are going to give you, well, you're going to have the opportunity to find out a little bit more about some more of your officers and troops in your troop pool. We're going to name each of your kind of military operations and assign. We're going to organize your companies, organize your regiments into fighting forces, assign them to places with support, kind of integrated, whatever kind of equipment and support you want to integrate them with, supplies, etc. And we'll have them all with objectives and officers and all that type of thing. So, shall we... also, incidentally, Lieutenant Colonel Rickenbacker is setting up everything on Breaker's Yard. So is currently not in the HQ, which means the representative who... Give me a second, I'll have a look here. I think... Yeah, so it'd be Major Geislug is currently the 2IC. So the Major would be kind of dealing with Iron Brigade stuff. And if necessary, like a little bit later, I'll talk to Maggie and we'll see about organizing a few bits and pieces for the Iron Brigade. So I think first up, we will do another round of Who Are My Subordinates? And would anyone like to start? You will be able to find out about 3 more troopers.
Sure.
Oh, 3 more soldiers.
I think I want to find out about my major.
Ooh, okay.
My singular major.
Okay. That is Major Shooter.
Correct.
Okay, so do you have 2 others you'd like to...
I mean, the only other ones I have are counter, cover, and elastic. I'll go with counter and cover. Good old CNC.
And cover. Okay. I think you have... let me have a look here. I think you... Just so you can... Are you talking about your new...
Lieutenants.
Oh, lieutenants. Okay.
Counter and cover are lieutenants.
Yeah.
Because I only have the 1 major because I didn't feel like promoting anyone else up to major because I didn't want to necessarily take bulwark all the way from staff sergeant to major.
Yeah.
That would be an insane jump.
You do have information, it looks like, on counter already.
I have info on counter?
Yeah. So you for your new officers, you have some info on Captain Build-Up, Captain Deadpool, and Staff Sergeant Crackpot, as well as Lieutenant Counter.
What was counter then? Because I apparently forgot to put notes down.
Well, it says here, bad logistically and outside of combat. Awful.
Did I put that down for somebody else?
Versatile and very reliable.
I thought I put that down on somebody else.
That is what it says for counter, so.
Oh.
The ones you don't have info on are Captain Blitz, Major Shooter, Lieutenant Cover, Lieutenant Elastic, and Lieutenant Textbook. sounds really weird when you say it like that, isn't it?
All right. I mean, then we're doing shooter, cover, and elastic. I can kind of guess what textbook is. And he's staying in Breaker's Yard. I'm putting him in Breaker's Yard.
Fair enough.
He's going to be in Breaker's Yard with Bridgehead and Build Up.
All right, so please roll me 3 commands.
Any benefits?
1 with a plus 10.
1 with a plus 10. All right. That's a 12, which is a 6.6. That was my plus 10. That's a 25, which is a 0.8. And I'm going to use a fate point on that one.
Fair enough.
That's a crit fail with a 99.
Okay. Interesting. So we're going with Major Shooter, Lieutenant Cover, and Lieutenant Elastic. So you got... Did you get a crit success? No, not quite. But that's 6.6 degrees of success. So that's going to be very, very good. You also got a crit fail 99. I'll let you choose which ones you want where in terms of the really good one and the really bad one.
Well, the good one I definitely want for my major.
Okay.
The other one, because that was the plus 10, which I assumed was set for the major anyway.
Yeah.
What were the other ones I had? Counter and or not counter.
Cover and elastic, yeah.
The bad one's gonna be elastic.
Okay. So Major Shooter is a very calm and clear-headed leader. He doesn't let emotion play into anything. He doesn't panic. He doesn't he's a great leader to have anywhere where the pressure will be on, because he'll always make, like, not necessarily the best decision, but he'll always make good decisions regardless of how much pressure's put on him. He is also brutally honest. So if you
a real straight shooter.
Yeah. So basically the reason why he's gone so far up is his skills as a leader are good, but one of the things that the 21st pride themselves in is honesty. And so he always gives his commanders the true situation, and if they fuck up, he'll tell them. And, some other regiments would be like, the commanders wouldn't promote them, but in the 21st, it's like, I like that you told me I'm shit, have a promotion. Major Shooter, he doesn't have any, specialities. He's decent in most situations. But
so he's just, good across the board.
He's as a major, he's pretty good in combat situations in general. The thing that makes him good is his ability to react to situations in a calm and cool way. So he won't, if he suddenly gets ambushed, he won't panic. He'll set things up. He'll get things moving.
Cool. He's going to Caddick.
Okay.
Onwards to cover.
Cover. It's a success. It's not a massive success, but so cover is a lot of people see Lieutenant Cover as fairly lax, very cheerful demeanor, quite playful as a personality. But when he's in combat, is a solid combat leader. Not necessarily a commander, the administration, the all that type of thing. Possibly why he hasn't been promoted past lieutenant. But if you put him in any position, he's going to be immediately effective in terms of like leading a platoon or even like a squad. Very, very solid.
Elastic just has stretchy skin, doesn't he?
Elastic is very good on very good at changing
Remember,
battlefields.
this is the crit fail. So
Yes. Elastic is very good at changing battlefields. So when it's moving from attack to defense, Elastic's very good at like switching from offense to defense.
I even put relocation in there. I don't know if that counts, but
Yeah. And also very good.
Card.
Elastic can be used very effectively in fighting retreats. So like maintaining a defense while retreating, as opposed to just running like hell.
Okay.
And the crit fail is me not telling you the rest.
Well, Elastic is going to be in. You know what? Elastic, you sir, you get to be. You get to go to Acilia.
It never fails to surprise me, Tyler, how lucky your decisions and choices and picks are. So, let us move onwards and upwards to Lyme or Lancaster, who would like to survey their troops next?
Let's get to it.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
The 1-4. So much can be said. So, who would you like to? You have three troops you can find some stuff out about.
I done goofed last time, so I still have two of my lieutenants to check in on, Garnet and Reeve. And then I'll probably check one of the new people. Which can be I'll pick a captain because I could do with another captain. Actually, no. Let's check. We'll check out the Major Tai Jukes, who's joining.
Okay. And you also want to do the lieutenants?
Yeah, Garnet and Reeve.
Okay. So give me 3 command rolls, please. One with a +10.
Okay. First one. Second one, and then the third one is gonna have the +10. Okay, I got a -1.1, a -2.4, and a 3.7.
Okay. In that case, who would you like the success on? You can also reroll with the fate points if you like. Who would you like the success on, and who would you like the minor failures on?
Let's get the success on Major Tai Jukes, because I know nothing about them, and I think I've had Garnet and Reeve operate previously in the unit, and they haven't died. So I'm less concerned about knowing exactly what they're about.
Okay. So, Major Tai Dukes is solid, in a word. Basically, doesn't panic, but very good at static combat. So, gun emplacements, defenses, built up, basically defending or sieging is where Tai Dukes really shines. If you ask him to start moving, that may be a problem. sedentary is a good word for him.
So he's like bulwark. He's bulky.
Yeah. As a person, he's like fairly small and stocky, but yeah. So mobile combat is not a duke's speciality.
All right, I can work with that.
Okay.
It's a decent major to have. They're not terrible. They don't believe we're fighting Eldar.
It's always useful.
I can basically just sit them somewhere and be sure that somewhere will be fine.
Yeah. Or if you guys, for example, start sieging some of the urban areas or a hive or something, he's a great person to kind of plop down there and just be like, hold that and don't let them do anything.
I'm definitely noticing like
sounds like a
growing
defensive
theme.
person.
I've got a growing theme amongst my troops of people who are very good at defending or sieging.
Let's have a look here.
They've got Easton, who's great at holding the line, and I've got Godfrey, who's very good at taking out heavy defenses, but because of their expertise, is also good at defending heavy defenses.
Decent at defending.
So they lots of that. That works. That's nice.
Lieutenant Garnet, it's a failure, so what I'll tell you has connections to the Navy.
Okay.
That's pretty much what you find out about Lieutenant Garnet. Obviously, on your failures, I will either give you a very small like tidbit, which will make you want to find out more, or I will just tell you a lie. So.
I think I do have some. I might have some previous bits of knowledge of those two knocking about, so I'm gonna check for that too.
Lieutenant Reeve is you know what? Lieutenant Reeve you don't find out much about because no one can pin down where Lieutenant Reeve is.
Okay. That's either good or bad.
Yep.
Also, I checked my previous notes, and Garnet and Reeve were the two that had no notes.
Yep, you have no information on them yet. And the 12th, the Light of Foot.
Light of Foot. Okay, so where's my document here?
By the
Reeve
way,
rhymes would leave.
There you go. We all know Sheepy's naming conventions.
Oh boy.
By the way, for the 12th and the 1-4, if you guys look up on the document, you can see how Tyler and Maggie have done it. You may want to ape that, but just a thought. It'll make it easier for you to specify.
I see what it is. They got the nice setups. We got the crap ones.
I didn't say that, but anyway.
It's true, though. It is true.
Baddy, Lancaster, one of the crappy setups. Who would you like to find out more about?
Well, I would definitely like to learn more about my major, Coolin Leans.
Okay.
As well as... maybe Lieutenant Hammy Scarrett. And let's do... Is it Hammy or Hammy?
It's Hammy, but Hammy works too. Hammy would be two.
Hammy? Oh, right, true. Well, Hammy Scarrett. And let's do Captain... let's do Jasmine Quinn.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Please give me 3 command rolls, 1 with the +10.
Okay.
I keep having to check myself when you guys go into this, because I'm like, some of these are really weird officers with interesting things, and I'm like, I can't give them everything if they fail, but I want you to succeed.
Okay, so that's a 0.6 success,
Okay.
a 4.8 success.
Nice.
And then my plus 10 is going to be 2.5 success.
All successes. Wow, Lancaster ripping out the most successful. Really
Pretty
get
good
to
about that one.
really get to know your troops, huh?
Oh, yeah.
To Lancaster's detriment, of course, but
Oh, great. Yes, of course, because they're just going to be a bunch of misfits anyway.
So the main one there would be the 4.8 is a very, very good success. So tell me where you want that one to go. The other two will be fairly standard successes.
I'm debating between the major and the captain.
That is fair.
We'll go in order. So the 0.6 will be the major. 4.8 will be Jasmine Quinn, and 2.5 will be Hamey Scarrett.
Okay. In that case, Major Coolin Leans is a rough terrain expert.
Okay.
Effectively, what that means is it's not quite the same as like a specific terrain. It's any terrain where armor and vehicles have problems with. So rubble, like mountains, like all that type of like rough footing and that type of thing. Very decently mobile, and from what you hear talking with the troops who came with you, not good with integrated vehicles. So very, very, very bad with using vehicles or anything along those lines.
So do not let this guy drive.
Don't let them drive. Don't also, in terms of, don't give them vehicles, like...
Okay, to disperse or whatever.
Yeah. They're not very, coolant. Yeah. He's not very good at figuring out what to do with vehicles. They would probably be wasted, but very, very good infantry leader. So troops on foot, on the ground, basically don't expect them to be jetting all over the continent, but drop them down in an area with rough terrain. Very, very good.
Chat has been asking jungle?
Not really. That's slightly different. It's not really like rough footing and that type of thing. But wouldn't be bad in jungle, just wouldn't be their specific strength.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Captain Jasmine Quinn was exiled from the shore. She is a ratling who found herself on an Ogren world.
Oh no.
She has a specialist squad with her, or like she has a specialist detachment with her who are called the Grockets. Her and her rattling troopers raise and train Ogrins and ride them, navigating and acting like a kind of mobile turret on Ogrins.
Training Ogrins and riding them into battle.
And they are called the Grockets.
Grockettetts?
TS. No
TS.
TTs. Yeah. If anyone can, it's a fairly obvious naming pun thing, but they are effectively Ogren Rough Riders, yeah.
Wow.
But that's a mix of Groot and Rocket. From yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So if you
interesting.
if you remember the scene of Rocket sitting on Groot's shoulder and fire, that's basically how the Grockets operates with an Ogren. So.
Interesting. Wow, that's fucking bonkers. Is that borderline heresy? Like,
no.
Okay.
It's fine. I'm glad you chose that one to be the like biggest success.
That's
Um,
freaking nuts.
she is fairly looked down upon by like especially ratlings, but pretty much anyone from the shore. So it's been like her outfit is very successful, which is why she's been promoted so far. But has definitely had a lot more hurdles than. Someone in chat just said, so I guess we know what next Sunday's cast is gonna play.
Okay. That's freaking awesome though. Oh my god.
Yeah, if anyone in the rear guard desperately wants to play a Grocket, you now have your chance.
See, this is why I'm always like, hey, rear guard, join the 12th, because we have the most bonkers shit.
And there's some other bonkers shit in the other. They just haven't found them yet.
I think that was a selling point I gave them actually. I made a document which is like a summary of how to play each type, and I think the 12th are the ones that have like ridiculous characters in it.
Yeah,
we're kind of like the wild card, honestly. We have a little bit of everything, but we're also terrible at a little bit of everything. So
yeah. And finally, Lieutenant Hamey Skerritt.
Okay.
Cheapy's naming convention just coming through as Hamey Skerritt. Hamey Skerritt, pretty decent success there. Basically, very good anti-armor. So anti-tank warfare pretty on point, and very good at foxhole and trench fighting. Even going a little bit further than that, because you got a decent success. If you set up Hamey somewhere where there is a fair amount of like tanks and fighting and etc., will eventually end up in a kind of tunnel system. Not just foxholes or trenches, but like connecting tunnels so they can pop up and fire anti-tanks and like ambush tanks and stuff. Little bit whack-a-mole maybe, but yeah.
That okay, I love that. Okay. These are good choices. This is pretty fucking good. I'm glad I know about this major not giving vehicles to them. Jasmine Quinn's bonkers, and Hamey is essentially Timon. So like just a little meerkat.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. There are times when I name an NPC, and what they do is based upon their name. So Skerritt, Ferret, whack-a-mole, basically, is where my brain went.
I like that. That's pretty good. Okay. Very cool. I'm about this. I'm gonna go and copy the earlier whatever organization that they have for the 12th and everything.
So from here, we are now going to be organizing operations. We are going to basically, between all of you, you are going to decide where an area of operation is going to be, form a fighting force to like execute the operation, name the operation, assign commanders and subordinates, assign detachments, objectives, support, supplies, priority. One thing I will tell you all is we are minimally operating on a time spent now. So the more time you do things, like basically there'll be options to do other things and to like be a bit more intricate with your organization stuff. That will extend the time on Katic and Ascilia before the invasion and before you kind of like. So if you want, we can do more troopers, but it will give the Katic and Ascilia a little bit more time to prepare and form defenses and will be longer before the operations kick off.
I mean, I'm pretty good to start.
Don't want any more troopers?
I mean, I want to. Don't get me wrong. I want to know all about my troopers, but I feel like I've spent all my luck today already. So I'm like, that was pretty fucking good. But I will also defer to the gentleman here. So
yeah, it depends whether there's like specific things you need. You can go looking for it, or like more information is always good, especially if you've got bad rolls. Either there's more info needed, or you may have missed something important. So
I wouldn't mind some more, but I have enough of the bare bones of like a I can set up the organization of my regiments, and then I can worry later about exactly who's in them.
Okay.
But not my regiments, my companies.
I mean, I started labeling stuff as where they're going.
Oh, okay.
But I'm promoting Alphys and Omega to captain. They're going to be the captains of the specialist area, where they're the Boom and Doom squad.
Okay. So Alphys and Omega
are now captains. Because I wanted Sneak to be underneath of work underneath of Omega, because that's that sniper specialist. Sneak was my temporary adjunct. Defilade is now back to being my adjunct, who was my original adjunct.
Okay.
I
believe that was Bulwark was your adjutant?
Bulwark was my second in command.
2IC, okay.
Yeah. But right now I don't really have one, because I didn't want to promote him all the way up to major.
Yeah, no, that's
So Shooter is my second in command, and he's going to be going to Caddick.
2IC. And do you want Bulwark as your adjutant now?
No, Defilade is.
Defilade, okay. Cool. All right. So I think the best way to do this, so you guys can get a feel for how we're running this, is to go with the 20, because that is just probably just going to be the 21st going to the distraction, the guerrilla warfare operation.
Correct.
So if we do that first, then you guys can get an idea of how it's going to run, and then we can do it for the other operations we're enacting too. So first up, we're going to need a name
for this group.
For the operation.
Oh.
So it's going to be like Operation
Jungle
Jump. Jungle Jump. Okay. Operation Jungle Jump. There we go. Okay. So, for Operation Jungle Jump, the first thing we need is officers and commanders.
Sure. Captain Ambush.
Captain Ambush.
Under Captain Ambush, we are going to have Crossfire, Lieutenant Crossfire, Lieutenant Flanker, and Lieutenant Counter.
Crossfire, Lieutenant Counter?
Yep, and Lieutenant Flanker. Flanker is the highest of the lieutenants as far as rank.
Okay. All right. Oh, no, not that. There we go.
And then Staff Sergeant, we're only going to have one. And that's going to be Blockade.
Blockade. So, just so you guys know, there will obviously be other NCOs, attributed to things. These are like people of interest, let's call them, who will have key players who will have like a full-on effect on the battlefield.
Yep.
Obviously, I can't make an entire army with details on all of the, thousands of troopers. So
Yeah, piece
So-
of cake. Just make 10,000 characters and complete with-
don't tempt me. I
with
might.
lives, voices, backstories.
So if you want to look on the map, blockade is going to be about making sure that stuff is set up so that people don't realize that we're there. So if people actually push and try and find us, like scouts and stuff, blockade is going to be kind of like covering people from getting in there once the landing is done. But obviously this operation is landing and setting up in a non like living in the jungle lifestyle.
Yeah. Also, incidentally, you can request officers and detachments from other regiments. So, like, say for example, I think I'm going to use this as an example, and in the future, you guys can kind of figure this out for yourselves. But I'm pretty sure there's a.
You're talking about the detachments like my specialist squad?
No, more like okay, so in the 12th Lightfoot, there's a corporal called Corporal Heinz.
Mm-hmm.
He is really good at camouflage and concealment. So, for
Ooh.
example, you could go and talk to Lancaster.
I would love to do that.
Okay.
Because I imagine this was going to be a combo between us in particular,
Yeah.
the 12th and the 21st.
So let's slide into this scene where currently Primer is poring over the planned operation for Operation Jungle Jump, and you're kind of like organizing your troops and so on and so forth. And I imagine you decide, hey, I should probably talk to Lancaster because we may need some 12th assistance and input.
I imagine I'm talking with Defilade at the moment, or actually Sneak, because Sneak would probably still be like near me talking with me. Because the one thing, like, I think military perspective, you have your adjunct, but like you're talking to multiple heads, so you're like specialist. Sneak is like my specialist in that category.
Sneak has also been with Primer since basically the start,
like day one.
So there is a definite bond there with Sneak, which transcends rank, where it's like you both know each other well enough to like trust each other, which is always good for you know, that type of thing.
Yeah. So I'm chatting with Sneak, and Primer's just going to be like, well, given the circumstances of what this mission is going to be, is there anyone in the 12th in particular that you think would be good at this? Or perhaps we'll have to talk to Lancaster about that.
We don't often interact much with the 12th by choice. So our knowledge of their specialists is minimal. But I would suggest for this operation, we'd probably want some camouflage experts and probably skirmish experts as well. Yeah.
I was considering sending down the unit you're a part of, the sniper specialist, the special ops in there, but we'll see. That might be needed elsewhere, but I'm leaning towards it. You might be going down as well. Just haven't made the final decision on that, Sneak. But if you could, is Click around? Click, can you radio Lancaster and have her meet me here?
Of course, sir. Right away, sir. Lancaster, you get commed.
Oh, I suppose I'm getting a little call there. Hello?
Lieutenant Colonel. Lieutenant Colonel Primer requests your presence in the HQ for planning an operation.
Oh, does he now? Well, all right. I suppose I'll swing by. Tell him I'll be there in a moment.
Very well. On their way, sir.
Appreciated. So if you see here, this is where Blockade, once we establish this, I want Blockade to be kind of in charge of this area. Probably going to have, obviously, in charge of this entire operation. Well, it's pretty obvious who we're going to put there, right? I mean, we can't go there without deadfall and ambush.
Right, sir.
Ambush and flanker work well together, and bringing in crossfire as well, seeming like that would be a good lieutenant for an ambush material. And well, I know them in battle. I only know of what Deadfall is good at. And I imagine during this conversation, Lancaster eventually walks in.
Yeah. Just a point of order. Currently, I have Captain Ambush, Lieutenant Crossfire, Lieutenant Counter, Lieutenant Flanker, and Staff Sergeant Blockade on Operation Jumble Jump. Do you want to put
Captain Deadfall? I apparently missed over when I was writing down the list. Yeah, Deadfall's on there. So we have two captains there.
Who would you like in overall command?
Ambush.
Ambush. Okay. Commander Captain Ambush. Done. Okay. And then Lancaster wanders in with probably Freely.
So, what are we talking about? What are we planning?
Lancaster, thank you. I wanted to talk to you about having the 12th join in on the 21st in our Operation Jungle Jump.
Jungle Jump. Is that what you named it?
Do you have a better idea?
Well, I suppose it. Judging by the name, it might be sounding like we're prehistoric animals of some kind, jumping from limb to limb.
Well, this operation is obviously the key point is establishing a base. We're jumping from space to this jungle island, well, peninsula here. Once established. Do you have a better idea?
Well, no, just tell me the plan, and then, what exactly do you want the 12th for? I suppose we're pretty good in jungle worlds and all that, but what specifically do you want from the 12th to be able to contribute?
Well, the main thing is this is going to be a guerrilla warfare operation. We're going to want to establish recon, which, well, the 12th have the best eyes. And
we do have the best eyes.
Perhaps those eyes, maybe you have a specialist who's good at camouflage and deception.
We got a few.
Well, you see her here in this operation over here on this island. We're going to be sending in a group. I've got two captains heading down, Ambush and Deadfall. Ambush will be leading the charge because I know him a little bit better. You might remember him from our days on the other place. He's quite a cautious fella, very calculated in how he moves and in coordinating efforts. But my idea here is interrupting transit lines and making sure we can get eyes on Caddick and see what their operations are and what they're doing so that we can better assess their weak points and cause disruption in the city itself.
Lancaster, please roll me a straight up fellowship.
Oh boy. Oh, 1.8
Nice.
degrees of success.
Oof, okay, so, something you didn't know, and it will become more apparent now, so you can put it in your notes, is it Staff Sergeant Freely?
He is just a sergeant right now.
So Sergeant Freely is, as we all know, part of the black market. He is very good at finding things needed for people who need them. It does also, however, give him a very nice network of information and gets him out into all of the regiments. So every now and then you will be able to roll a straight fellowship and find the best person for the job, not even in your own regiment. So if
So
Wow, that's awesome.
broken. I'll be sitting there. Okay, in that case, I'll just be like,
it's not all the time. It's very rarely when it's needed. But
that's amazing.
In this instance, Freely will be able to come up with not even in your own regiment, but someone who would be good for this operation. So I will need a moment. Please feel free to continue for just now. I will need a moment to find the best person in the regiments.
Fuck yeah. I'll just sit there and be like, well, there might be some in our regiment who might be well suited. But you know that the 12th aren't the only folk on this mission here that are good at this kind of thing, right? We have the best eyes, but there might be some who might be better at camouflage or, I don't know, rolling low sticks or something.
Well, I mean, I'm sure our units would appreciate somebody who's good at rolling low sticks, but my tactics here are get to the point, Lancaster. I appreciate it.
The point is that, well, I have so many names in my head, but Freely, on the other hand, Freely,
Aye, Lieutenant Colonel.
who would be the best person for this job?
Well, of course, we have Corporal Heinz, who is very good at camouflage. Could be an advisor for the operation. But of course, the one that I'm thinking of right now is a captain in the 1-4, Dora Clemens. Very good at jungle and forest fighting.
Sorry, do you mean Heinz or Hearn?
Heinz.
I don't think I even have Heinz on here.
Feel free
I'll
to
add him.
add them, yeah. Corporal Heinz, camouflage and concealment.
I don't have
And-
Captain Clemens, so this is all great
Yeah,
information.
no, so that's the great thing about Freely, is like you can find out things just off the rip.
Okay.
So I would say specialist in jungle and forest fighting. Very knowledgeable about all of those things out there. Captain Clemens would be a good 2IC or assistant in the operation. But of course, you're going to have to go through the leader of the 1-4 for that.
Oh, I'm sure we can make use of good old Mr. Lime there. He's a reasonable fellow, so long as he's had his recaf. Why don't we call him in? Perhaps we can merge our strengths and bring them in. Yeah?
Click, you heard her.
Aye, aye, sir. Lime, you get commed.
Alright, Lime, head straight over.
Okay. After a little bit of time, dusty and covered with some kind of the ground here is not great, so it's probably
Oh,
bit.
no.
Yeah. Looks like he's been a chimney sweep for 20 years. Lime walks in.
Lime?
Yes, you
Look-
called.
You've looked better, but I'm sure the work is getting done.
So usually I'm happy to get my hands dirty, but there's certain kinds of dirt you don't want to get your hands stuck into.
I
Yes.
suppose this is the bad dirt kind.
I'm not sure what they did to this place. I don't know how long this hive has been here. It's a mess.
Well,
Yes.
good old Primer here has a bit of a mission, a guerrilla warfare type thing, and looking for some camouflage and concealment types. Heard you have somebody in there. What's his name again, Freely?
It's her name, Captain Dora
Her name.
Clemens.
Ms. Clemens. Captain of yours.
Oh, she's a new one. I actually am not sure what what her specialties are yet.
Oh, well, I suppose Freely could tell you then. He's got his ear to the ground most of the time. Most of the time.
He could he? And I look puzzled at Freely.
Eh,
He does get around and have his hands in other people's pockets at times, but
that's
Oh,
some heavy
I don't believe
accusations
that,
there. I
sir,
don't think
sir,
I like that very
sir,
much
sir.
there.
It's actionable
It's
and
just
and-
ridiculous, unbelievable.
and court
I'm
martials
just-
and jetpacks.
I was not meaning it in such a way. I believe you misunderstand.
I wasn't even there when it happened.
All right. Well,
Just smack him
Anyway.
beside the head.
Anyway, Captain Clemens, I haven't had a chance to meet them yet. What's their modus operandi?
from what I'm told, jungle combat, jungle warfare.
Heavily forested areas.
Which apparently is where they're going to be dropping right into, so...
Yes.
That's definitely suitable. I think I can spare a captain for the operation.
Right? I suppose they'll be the 2C to my Corporal Heinz. A bit of a camouflage and concealment expert.
Just as a sidebar, it will require fellowship roles off camera and off screen. So when you have integrated regimental operations, there will be fellowship roles and the like to see how they get along as well.
I'll have you know that
Mhm.
Captain Ambush I have headed as top of this operation. You both know Ambush well from our battles against the Tyranids.
Oof,
So
nasty things.
Are you gonna need much in the way of fortification for this, or are you just keeping to stealthily on the move sort of things?
the plan is to have minor fortifications. Deadfall is my king of traps, so to speak. So there would be some assistance. I think the 1-4 would be great for, but the plan is to not clear the forest, to not create anything that would be visible for somebody to know that we are there. The tactic here on this peninsula here is to establish a base of operations that within the jungle, basically a small camp, discreet, hidden, and to establish information gathering on what is going on within Katic, as well as disrupt operations that we are able to without leading them back to our locale. Basically, I would love to create chaos without an all-out upfront combat.
Right. Yeah, so if it comes to defending the fortifications, things have already gone wrong, but you have to have it just in case.
Correct.
There
I
might
do
be a
have-
couple
Not
of
to be
people that I
seen in
can,
generals.
Maybe a couple of people I
blockade
can spare
from
for
my
that
regiment.
purpose.
Perfect.
So I've made notes on the Operation Jungle Jump. Mobile HQ and quarters, disruption, distraction, guerrilla warfare.
Yep.
Okay. What that will basically mean is there won't be any defenses. It will be like all of the troops will be setting up like basically bivouacs, like little tents, and like staying completely mobile. It will be like a fairly light force in terms of like supplies and support and things like that, but that will make it very mobile and very able to like fight and retreat and all that type of thing.
If things go awry as well, I'll have you know that we won't have a ready to escape plan, but we'll be able to get out. There's plenty of land for them to work with for retreating, but extraction would be difficult.
Oh, extraction would be difficult without us getting rid of those air defenses in Katic first.
Which
So
I am hoping-
suppose you going down there, setting up, and then us coming from the other side as we had discussed. Hopefully we can get into Katic and disable all those nasty little guns so that we can eventually get you out. Yeah?
Yeah. My hope is also with the forest actually reaching all the way to Katic, we might be able to get somebody inside.
Do we know what Katikians look like?
Presumably normalish, like generic imperial person.
I imagine they
Boring.
don't look like Tyranids, so I think we would be pretty easily able to slip within their ranks.
No shit. Don't look like Tyranids. Good lord.
That was not meant in any negative way, Lancaster. if you
Yes,
felt
all
it
right.
so.
Well,
There was
they
no
don't call
slight.
you, they call you Primer, but honestly, they might have you be a Captain Obvious, or what is it? Lead. What's our fucking rank right now?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Obvious.
Lieutenant Colonel Obvious. Huh.
Well, at least he's gone up in the world.
Hey, very nice.
That's gonna have to be a rank in the 21st. I'm gonna have to create an NPC, Captain Obvious.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay,
So
so
greater recon.
They're very obvious on the battlefield. They wear like bright
they have
colors.
are they like an explosive unit or like
they have like a bright pink mohawk and like
oh.
flashing lights on their pauldrons and
Wee look at us. We're the obvious group.
He's
The-
definitely gonna have like double strap grenades that are all wired to just pin. So if he like
Oh,
somebody gets
Christ.
close, it's like, you're coming with me.
but
Obviously very explosive.
by the way, Tyler, feel free to add into your regiments. Someone I forgot to add in is I think he was a captain 404.
Oh, because he can't be found.
Might have been Major 404.
It might.
Um,
Yeah,
he was a captain.
Yeah, so feel free to add into your officer pool Captain 404.
But we all know that's all
It's like,
right.
don't actually assign him anywhere, but you know he's on.
Yeah,
the
you
list.
can't use him, but he is on your rolls as an important character. So
Oh my lord.
You're that's fair. That's fair. That's basically it. I feel like that's just a code name that like, no, you're in charge.
Oh, yeah,
you know
yeah.
what?
If
That
you
would be
want-
really good.
If you want to put a lieutenant in charge of something that, like, you know, it would be weird to put a lieutenant in charge. Obviously, oh yeah, he's under 404. Yeah.
or even like a sergeant or something who's really good but can't be promoted.
Yeah.
That's wow. I gave you quite a powerful officer there. Interestingly.
It's
a good
like
code name.
it's like promoting them without promoting them.
Yeah. Damn, that's really
Alright.
good.
So, with your guys' help, what do you think of the operation? I feel like it's a necessary early tactic for perhaps disrupting those cannons that are firing upon us as we land, and of course,
Definitely.
establishing information.
I do
Especially if
think,
we can have infiltration.
I do
So
think
long
this
as
might be
they-
worth seeing if we can get the cavalcadre involved. According to the reports, this is their kind of thing.
The cavalcadre. I haven't actually inquired much about them, but perhaps they would have to join after the fact. I believe we need to disseminate our soldiers before the Navy can go and retrieve them.
Is that how it works,
Right,
Sheepy?
and
That we're gonna have to make room to bring them on.
You have to request them. Effectively, they are in operations in nearby systems. Them and the Evergreen Legion. If you find need of them, you can request them to come and like back you up. Essentially, what it will mean is if you call in either the Cavalcadre or the Evergreen Legion, you will have two additional leaders with their own thoughts and things they want to get done. And also it will look a little bad for you guys because it's like you couldn't do it by yourselves. But
We did hear though, didn't we, that the cavalcadre doesn't actually have a set leader. They just kind of sort it out.
they
So that's an advantage. It's like
They
we
have-
don't have to contend with their boss. We just tell them what to do.
well
But then cumulatively, they function as one. I imagine.
they function as individual like cadres almost. So yeah, like you'll deal with a representative from the Cavalcadre and you'll have to request them to do certain things. and because of their makeup and their usefulness, they get a lot of leeway. So it's very possible you could get a sergeant who's like gives you the finger and you can't do anything about it. So yeah.
Perhaps we hold off on that for now until it is completely necessary, Lime.
True. It could be that we don't need them, but if we do, the sooner the better. I will say that
I imagine
Bentham really, really wants to get the Cavalcadre involved. And it does make sense, but also maybe we shouldn't. But also they're really cool. I want to get them involved.
I'll tell you this: Primer's going to be resistant to it because he's all about like we can get this done. We don't need help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to. I want to see what we can do first, and then bring them in.
I would say for the initial operations, it'll give you a good idea of where you stand once you've done once the operations have gone through and started, and then you'll have a much better idea of whether you need assistance or not.
Yeah, so I will say, yeah, we may actually not have need of them. We need to test our mettle against what Katic has to offer before we know.
So additionally, I believe we have 114 officer and 112th coming into the operation.
I will offer a couple of NCOs if it matters. I will say, I do have Staff Sergeant Howard, who's a particularly good navigator, user of maps. Might be helpful in if everything's staying very clandestine, no set base, lots of movement. He might be helpful for that.
Howard makes me think of who was the lieutenant with
Oh, the 12th?
Yeah.
Are you thinking of the guy who couldn't remember directions? No, that was the 1-4.
That was the 1-4.
No, that was
Because you had a lieutenant from the 1-4 and a lieutenant Benapatch Comedict.
Yeah.
Morland was
Morland
the
was the one, yeah. And he couldn't do maps. Howard is I think the opposite of that. He gets the directions right.
You had Howard as his 2IC to counteract.
That's right. Yeah, no, I had the maps guy to.
But Morland got killed in the defense. So
he did.
He was a nice guy. Killed by a GC.
It wasn't even that bad because you just had to remember to reverse the map directions in your head after he told them you.
Had to flip them upside down.
Yeah, you got the easy end of the whack compared to Better Patch Comedict.
What a mess.
I can also offer
Shadow
you
in the wind.
I can also offer you Trooper Boone if you like. He was my runner. He's good at running. Going with what I got.
I'll give you Heinz. Good at camouflaging.
That's Corporal.
Corporal Heinz, yeah. I don't know how many else I might be able to give you there to help you in this case.
Keep in mind you will also need for your own operations.
Yeah, that's why I'm hesitant to give him anything else.
I also am saving plenty for other key situations, like when we're trying to establish a base on Acilia and Katic.
And also it's worth having reserves so you can form a company to respond to situations. And
yeah, because some of them are gonna die anyway. Too.
So my specialist squad is not going with them, because that has 2 captains in it. Well, technically they're separate.
When I give Corporal Heinz, I'm also giving troopers along with him, right?
Yeah, essentially, if you have, if you give them Corporal Heinz, you won't send any troopers really with them.
Okay.
Corporal Heinz in this, because he's concealment and camouflage expert, he'll basically be adjutanted under the commander to help with camouflage and concealment. So you just won't have Corporal Heinz available to you for your own camouflage and concealment needs.
That's okay.
If you send a lieutenant or a captain, you're also sending troops with them.
Okay.
So NCOs are advisors or help. Lieutenants, captains can often be unless stated otherwise, would be like additional forces as well.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just you're gonna get Corporal Heinz, but I'm gonna have to decline on giving any more. He's very good though. So
That is understandable and appreciated.
Speaking of which, did we agree on Captain Clemens for 1-4?
Oh, yeah.
Are you sending forces with?
I will send some, probably not tons, but enough for like basic. And the idea behind it is like they would assist with like setting up bases whenever bases is set up. Even though there's not much of it, it's like, but then in a way there is because you have to do it every night.
What you could do is you could have a specific rearguard engineers detachment to the to deal with the basic, I'll call it logistics, but basically the logistics of mobile headquarters and mobile camps and just keeping everything moving and all that type of thing.
Yep, that works.
Okay. So
Yep. Leaving no trace. This will be super Boy Scouty.
yeah. Okay, so I'll have a rear guard detachment. So in general, for any operation, it's assumed you have token rear guard with you, unless it's very like you wouldn't have artillery rear guard with you on this operation, for example. You wouldn't have like armor rear guard, but something like a rearguard detachment means something specific for a specific jobs. So engineers would be very specifically like putting up temporary like HQs and temporary to keep them moving and just
I
makes
feel
it
like
a bit
we'd
more-
have some rear guard like research because we're going to be encountering a lot of different things of the environment. So having somebody there to be able to like, is this food edible? Is this plant good? Is this plant
Okay.
bad?
That would probably be the logistics core.
Yeah.
that'd be.
I was going to ask, is there a chef corps?
Well,
if there's a chef
that's-
corps, Flat Haggerty is leading it for sure.
So, if you remember, in the future we are going to incorporate the culinary core, which is going to be called the Apple Core,
Yeah.
into logistics. But it hasn't been formed yet. That would take some organization and a decent amount of time. So
Yeah. So I'll want some people that'll be able to like animal life, plant life, all of those things for like, hey, avoid this, don't eat this. If you get bitten by this is how we treat this, you know.
So for Operation Jungle Jump so far, we have 21st, 2 captains, 3 lieutenants, a staff sergeant. For the 1-4, we have a small force representative of the 1-4 with Captain Clemens in command and an advisory capacity Corporal Heinz. The objectives are disruption, distraction, guerrilla warfare, and the operation will be mobile HQ and quarters with a rearguard detachment of engineers and logistics.
I would say infiltration should be one of the other key things. If
Recon?
possible. I guess that falls under recon, but like infiltrating like the city, so like you could possibly have people in there to do sabotage of the their artillery weapons and stuff.
I mean,
like that.
That sounds
It-
special forces-y.
it would be special
Yeah.
forces. The special forces is fairly ragged currently.
Yeah, that can hold off
so-
until we establish the Operation Jungle Jump. Right now is just establishment.
Yeah. Okay. Would you like rearguard detachment recon as well? Because I imagine
Sure.
that would be pretty useful for the
Yeah.
operation.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, what we need now is a idea of like companies and etc. So, for example, you could now form the Jungle Company, right? And make it, let's say, 1,000 troops, for example. And then, put mortars. Say, you want 1,000 troops with mortars and heavy weapons and that would be the setup.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna give. Mortars aren't exactly discreet.
Yeah.
Neither are heavy weapons.
No.
So I would say it would be more so. Is 1,000 troops seem like a lot or a little?
1,000 troops would be like your companies on Draco Mal were 800.
Okay.
You can make a company of 5,000 troops if you want. It will be a very hefty company, with lots of platoons and etc. It's really how you want things to operate. I would say you have a few decent lieutenants and a couple of captains. You could probably form 2 small companies. Because Captain Ambush is going to be overall commander. You could have a hierarchical couple of companies with
Yeah, so
500 or
so
600.
I was gonna say 1,200
Okay.
with 800 under ambush and that group, and Deadfall and Blockade will be working together in the sense of creating the forward area with traps. And so I would probably arm them with snipers and trap tools, digging tools, like knives, tripwires, claymores, that sort of thing.
Okay. So
and obviously the map person, if you're willing to spare him, would be huge for being able to mark where the traps are, so that people don't blow themselves up.
I can definitely give you Staff Sergeant Howard.
Okay, so Staff Sergeant Howard, and then Staff Sergeant Howard. Okay, so that's Company 1, with Captain Ambush in charge with Deadpool and Blockade and Staff Sergeant Howard, snipers, entrenchment, traps. And what would you like to call the company?
I have no idea.
If anyone has thoughts, feel free to
Something
Yeah,
about
chat, feel free
sneaking
to-
through the jungle, being hard to detect.
Rambo.
Disrupt. Oh,
Oh, how about Predator Company?
Ooh, I like that too.
I
Predator's
like it.
good.
Okay. Of course, that being an homage to our first episode of last season and nothing else.
What if we called it Lictor?
oh,
Oh,
God, like that's our new thing. Is we now name everything after Tyranids. We've been scarred forever.
One point of interest on this for Predator Company, you have 2 captains in there. So you don't technically have a captain for the second company if you're making a second one.
Oh, Ambush would be in charge of the one thing. Build Up was going to be in charge of the forward area.
Build Up. I don't have Build Up in the...
Or not Build Up, Deadfall, sorry.
Deadfall, okay.
Yeah, because I thought one company was 800 and the other one was 400, right?
Okay.
Was that what we were doing with the 2 captains? There's technically 2 companies, but the total troop is 1,200.
Yeah. Okay, so 400 for the second one will be Captain Deadfall. Okay.
He would get all the trap stuff. Deadfall is with the traps and all of that.
Snipers, entrenchments, and traps.
Yep. Ambush would get more of the logistical things.
Okay.
And probably is there tech for hacking comms?
There is, yeah. That would require another rearguard detachment of Signal Corps.
Okay. Because I feel like getting closer there would be nice, especially if we can infiltrate hardwire.
Yeah.
So I'd take that. I would give them they're probably going to be the main force of like doing the guerrilla tactics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they'll probably also get snipers. They're probably going to get things like C4 and then your standard las carbines.
Okay. Did you want blockade on the second company
Blockade is with build up.
with Deadpool?
Yeah, Deadfall.
Okay.
Ambush is going to have flanker, crossfire. Who else did I put in here? Yeah.
I can. So you have Lieutenant Crossfire, Counter, and Flanker.
Yep, those are going to be under ambush.
Okay. Crossfire, Lieutenant. Oh, Lieutenant. Counter.
Oh, counter. Put counter under. Well, yeah, because they're operating more people, so they have 800. They have twice as much. Yeah, all three.
I mean, Lieutenant Counter would be a decent call for second company.
Deadfall.
With Deadpool, yeah, it would give him.
That's who I was thinking of moving.
Yeah. Because Crossfire and Flanker work quite well together.
Yeah, so I'll put counter with Deadfall.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Would you like to? You have quite a lot in terms of support from the rearguard. You could probably cut out logistics, I'd say, and depend on recon for like the survival roles. That would like ease off your support needs for the operation.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. What was the reason we wanted logistics again?
Logistics was for like, is this poisonous and that type of thing, like basically food concerns. Recon has decent survival. You can probably rely on them. And so finally, we just need a name for second company.
The one with
I mean, call him Alien.
or not build up Deadfall.
Deadpool. Alien. Xenos.
Pitfall.
Pitfall. Nice. Okay, so Pitfall.
It's either Pitfall or Entangle. Those are the two options.
I was gonna go with trap card. You fell for my trap cards. So, and then we have first company. Okay. So just to go over it very quickly, we have Operation Jungle Jump in the peninsula to the northeast. We'll be dropping into the peninsula and setting up a guerrilla warfare style operation. Mobile HQ and quarters disruption, distraction, guerrilla warfare with 3 rearguard detachments, engineers, recon, signals, and 2 companies, one led by Captain Ambush, one led by Captain Deadfall. The first Predator company will be 800 men, and the second company, Pitfall, will be 400. What I need you to do now...
I also want to mention that this operation commences at the same time as this HQ one commences.
Right. Yeah.
So that like HQ might be a little ahead. They'll like swoop down like they're going here, but then get low to the ground and circle around.
So please roll me a command straight.
Glad I have a fate point still. I'm glad I have a fate point still. I'm rerolling that.
That's fair.
That was a 78. That was a -1. Give me luck.
Give me luck. It's a little better.
Minus 0.9.
0.9.
You got one better
I went
than
from
before.
a 78
Totally
to
worth.
a 77.
Totally worth the reroll.
Okay, please give me a Please give me a common law war +10 and a Tactica Imperialis straight. Scholastic law and Tactica Imperialis.
0.8 success for war. And a 0.9 in Tactical Imperialis.
Not 0.8, and Tactica was a 0.9. I won't require the both of you to roll Lancaster and Lyme, because this is predominantly a 21st operation.
And I'm out of fate points.
Please also roll me a +10 commerce.
$1.4 success.
Okay. That is very good. Commerce is 1.4. Okay, so if we go over to your regiment, there's the 21st Alpha Grenadiers. Your manpower will move down to 88%.
All right.
Your munitions will move down to 95%. Your support equipment will move down to 90%. And your additional resources and supplies will move down to 80%.
Oh.
So additional resources and supplies, we haven't really talked about the regimental details. This is to make things simple, but also so that there's a certain quantification you guys can give to it and you can be tactical and all this type of thing. Manpower is obvious. Reserves is what you have in reserve. So if you start pulling from your reserves, you're probably in reasonable trouble. Munitions, obviously, it does include like food and, you know, just like the general day-to-day soldier stuff.
I imagine that was my commerce roll.
Commerce roll does have a decent impact on this, yes. Your support equipment is like mortars and sniper rifles and traps and all that type of thing. And then additional resources and supplies is everything extra. So it does also include the cooperation and goodwill of the rear guard, of the Navy, of all of these type of things.
Which is where command might have had a big play.
So that all organizes into what we now have as Operation Jungle Jump. It is now prepped, ready to go, and when we come back from the break, we'll organize a couple more operations, because...
I hope I don't need a fate point for re-rolling for you guys.
So far, so good. It's a relatively cheap operation to set up. It might be really useful. So yeah, that works.
Yeah.
It went pretty well.
Especially considering the manpower and names I put into that. Like, I was expecting a lot more. Now, manpower I understood because I only used 1,200. So, manpower's really going to go into HQ and Ascilia.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think, when we come back from the break, we'll do the other operation on Katic. And we'll see how that goes.
All right, we will head to an 8-minute break. Go get some water, make sure you're hydrated, do a stretch, and maybe get a snack and all that kind of thing. And we'll be back after the break for organizing the big old landing all our troops and hopefully not dying plans.
Hell yeah.
See you there.
Ooh.
welcome back to The Last Ditch, episode 2, season 2 even, as well, all the 2s. Part 2 of episode 2 of season 2. We've been planning some invasions, and so far it's going okay, but then we haven't done the invasions yet, so...
That's true.
This is the nice part.
Well, as commanders, you don't need to do the invasions. You just need to plan them and send everyone else to die. So yeah, let's get back into planning. Now, my question is, for the Katic invasion, like the proper Katic invasion, no shade on Operation Jungle Jump, but it's more of a disruption skirmishy type thing than proper invasion.
It's small.
Yeah.
Small operation.
Who would like to take operational command of this? If you would all like to roll common law war and or common law Tactica Imperialis, I could give you some insights into what you're likely to be needing in terms of
I mean,
rolled really
for
well.
specifically the...
Oh my god, and I critted on Tactical Imperialis.
wow.
Whoa.
I got a 5.1 non-crit on war, and then I got a crit 4 on Tactical Imperialis.
You know what? In this instance, Primer, you've done very good work in the campaign planning and everything. Take another tick in Tactica Imperialis.
Nice.
Along with that crit, I think we're watching Primer grow as a tactical leader.
Damn, rolling a 7.
Am I supposed to have Tactica Imperialis?
At this point, you can have Tactica Imperialis. Scholastic Law, Tactica Imperialis, 1 tick.
Okay. So I will roll that then.
I got a 1.3 on war and a 1.1 on Imperialis.
Okay.
Okay. Oops.
Consistently.
Yeah, I rolled a 7 on war.
Yeah,
I rolled a 4.
5.1 success. I like how the one you got a crit on is way less degrees of success.
I'm not as good in Tactical Imperialis. And my int is not the highest.
It's well, and to be fair, you were all combat leaders. It's not like you were set up to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll for
What?
Oh, what is this?
That was a super crit 1 and then a crit 3?
Yeah, someone.
the-
Wait,
DP,
is
thanks
this...
for rolling for our side well.
So I was like, I'm gonna roll for Maggie. With that, I'm actually going to increase Maggie's war
Jesus, yeah,
knowledge.
so that was a 1 and then a 3 on the war
Yeah,
roll.
double
It
crit.
was all
A
crits.
super
crits
crit
for
1
days.
tactical and a regular crit war.
Hello and welcome to Sheep Dice. I work against myself the entire game for some reason. I decide to roll for Maggie and roll 2 crits. So
It makes up for my rolls, to be fair.
Technically, there were 3 crits in this situation. One of mine, one was a near crit, and then Sheepy rolls for Maggie gets a crit 1, super crit, and then normal crits. So, did you increase both war and tactical imperialis?
yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Does Rickenbacker just step up like, I will command the mission.
I mean,
Point me to the city.
I honestly, me personally, would have thought that this particular one would have been Rickenbacker's command.
Well, I will actually. So it's a lot of open plains. It's fairly flat. There's a few small towns up to the Loyalist area.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, like, Rickenbacker's not with you guys, but has left some detailed notes and thoughts because Sheepy decided to crit twice on the situation on Katic. And posits that most likely the Loyalist, the people on your side in Katic, or the ones who are against the rebels at the very least, most likely, given the time frame, have been pushed back but are probably still surviving. So it's possible that at the very least, each of the cities, the 4 cities, might be surrounded, but are probably at least a couple of them would be still holding out. So the tactics and suggestions that Lieutenant Commander Crits all the time would give you is like an overall advance with a spearhead for Whittlevis, which is the kind of larger city you can see there, and the main city in that area, to see if you can at least kind of gather information, or even if they are surrounded, if they are still holding out, Whittlevis is the most likely one to still be holding out, and you can like link up with them and kind of like if they're under siege or if they need help, you can assist them with that. In terms of the best people for the job or the best regiments, it would probably be the Lightfoot, the 12th Lightfoot first, and then the 1-4 second. Just purely because of what's there. Although, with very heavy, the spearhead could be led by the Iron Briggs, with like heavy Chimera transport support.
So you were saying the Lightfoots and the 21st for this one?
The Lightfoots would be the best, just because of the open area and.
We're the best skirmishers.
Yeah, they're the best skirmishers and the best kind of mobile. They're the most mobile regiment. Because you're going to be landing and then basically covering open area while setting up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a matter of how quickly you can advance before you are met with significant resistance.
Yeah, I mean, if Lancaster takes the lead, that's fine. I'm down with that.
Well, is Rickenbacker taking the lead? But I'm.
Rickenbacker would probably head the take charge of the spearhead, like the.
Oh, to Whittlevis, yeah.
It would be the armored push to Whittlevis while you advance as quickly as possible, but less like straight shot. So it kind of I might be able to give you an idea.
Everyone in chat is like, deploy the grockets.
Deploy the grockets.
We definitely need the grockets here for sure.
It would basically be like you're probably landing around about here. So it would essentially be this line here would be the 12th, and then this gray, like the 12th would basically move forward, kind of like solidly together, like an organized advance, and then it would be basically a spearhead by the Iron Briggs straight for Whittlevis, and like leaving because you can go right in between. It's risky, but you can go right in between these two cities. I'll ping them just so these two cities here.
Wharton and can't read that one.
Sorry, that is Kilwharton and
Ithindon.
Ithindon. What would probably be needed is a detachment of 1-4 to follow the spearhead to build defenses so that the spearhead doesn't get cut off while you're still advancing. It'd be like temporary defenses, trench lines, just to cover the cities, especially if there's detachments.
Like we would advance, the 1-4 would advance build, and then it would like fortify, and then once we're ready, we just like keep going,
Yeah.
pushing. Okay.
Like a climb.
Mhm.
So the let's start forming up the operation, shall we?
Sure.
So this is Katic. Does anyone have an idea for an operation name?
You could do Spearhead or.
Well, Spearhead's part of it. And chat, feel free to get involved and suggest operation names and stuff because.
Stutter step. I mean.
Stampede.
Operation Stampede, I quite like.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
It's like charging across the plains, running over what hopefully is little resistance.
Robin Williams runs into the library. It's a stampede, and runs away. And then rhinos bust through the wall.
Also be plane breaker. I mean, if it's just the planes, I don't know.
Operation Planeswalker.
I like Stampede. Planewalker. Oh.
It's a little magic reference for those of you who enjoy magic.
Yeah.
Ooh, Iron Strike I quite like. It doesn't really incorporate the rest of the operation, but Operation Katakic.
Attack
Oh,
it.
that is too hard to say.
Operation Katakic. Attack.
You just call it Operation Katak. That would be the easy way to mash those together.
Operation Attack. Operation Stormhead. Some good suggestions in here. I like all of Iron Feet. Oh, Operation Ironfoot.
Ironfoot. Yo.
I like it.
Yeah, there we go. Who was that? That was. But you got the perfect operation name, and I can't pronounce your name.
Trezeric.
Trezeric 800. Thank you. So, are we all in agreement for Operation Ironfoot?
Yep, I'm down.
It could be also like you could do Ironfoot Stampede, like. But that might be
That's
too
too
long.
long.
I do like
Overcoms. That's quite. This is Operation Ironfoot Stampede. Doesn't roll off the
IFS.
tongue.
This is the IFS. We're coming in.
Actually, if you have to abbreviate your operation name, it's too long.
Wow. Okay.
Why-
You know what? I'll fight you.
Why did I already make IFS into a bad acronym? And you know how IRS is Internal Revenue Service? Mine was Individual Fetish Service.
See, I was thinking Irritable Forces Syndrome.
That would be the 1-4. No, the 1-4
That'd be
without
the-
recap.
Excuse
so.
me? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's fair. Without the recap, that's fair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Listen. I was horny for charity yesterday. It's carrying over. I'm sorry.
Listen, the pandemic has made everyone horny on Maine, so don't worry. I don't
Oh
blame you.
yeah.
Well, it was honestly Chat's fault. Chat decided to start getting horny in weird way. No, listen. It's complicated. It's complicated.
Okay.
But it was all for charity. All right. No, they made my 15,000 goal that if we hit that, I would have had to order a maid outfit and cat ears.
So where's this donation link?
So
I'm just saying. I mean, that'd be pretty hilarious. Okay. So am I leading this then? Sorry, now I can only think of you in cat ears. That's it. So this is how it is.
I mean,
operational lead would be Lancaster.
Yeah. Is this because I don't have my detachments yet, so.
What do you mean?
you haven't figured out who you're thinking.
Oh, yeah. So, we'll go the same way as with Operation Jungle Jump. We'll go for you assigning your commanders, who you want in charge, etc. And then we'll start working out what you're going to need for rearguard detachments, for equipment, and if you need additional help from the other regiments. And then we'll form up the companies, put people in charge, and do objectives and stuff like that. Although I think, given Rickenbacker's roles, I think you have objectives basically. Like the operation itself is yeah.
Okay.
Unless you have additional like tactics and ideas yourself.
Okay. Okay, so in that case then, yeah, I mean, I'm still the commander of that operation.
Yes.
So
yes.
the Iron Foot.
And you know, you will all be able to input, you know, as you like and when you like, for each operation. But there's an operation needs like an operational leader, to like make executive decisions stuff. So, for example, Operation Jungle Jump will be headed by Primer.
Right. Yeah.
So. Should we go over who you'd like to appoint in terms of officers and etc.?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So it's not really rough terrain, so I don't need cooling. I think having the
you got
rockets,
wait, you got the information on Captain Tool 3, right? I believe. Last episode.
I don't think so.
Who did you get info on last episode?
I got info on.
Oh, it was lieutenants, like Sabrina Till.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which actually I don't have up for some reason, so hold on, let me just grab that.
So lieutenants in general are difficult to you can't really put them in charge of a company logistically. So you're going to want captains and above in charge of companies. This is the type of thing that can be circumnavigated by Captain 404. For example, Primer Tyler could put Captain 404 in charge of a company, but have someone else be the actual lead, and it would circumnavigate that need.
Okay.
Because, like, for example, you don't know much about Captain Tool 3. You could put him in charge of a company. You don't know anything about him, so you're not sure how he'd do or if he's suited for the position and the situation.
If it helps, I can tell you the people I was thinking of that would be for this operation, Vandy.
Yeah, you're welcome to. I'm just trying to find.
You can also spend some time to get to know some more troops, some more of your officers and whatnot. Like, in.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
In regards to time, it will add to the time spent, but it's probably it might be better than sending in the wrong person in charge of like a company or in the wrong position or whatever. So
I'm starting to think that too. I'm looking at the list. I'm like, I don't know who I want to send in to command the 1-4's branch of this fight.
I feel like I'm lucky because I didn't really have anyone die in the last time, so I have a good understanding of the majority of my guys.
All your guys come with handy nicknames that tell you what they do.
Well, not all. Like, some of them are a bit,
tricky.
Yeah.
Okay,
like Lieutenant Tricky.
But, like,
he's very tricky.
Best I can do is try and like derive it from the name. So like I've got a Noah Woodford, and I'm like, boats.
He knows his wood.
Yeah.
Like Noah,
so
Ford, Wood. I'm feeling arcs here. I don't know how that ties in.
Last episode, I got the info on Sabrina Till, Hayden Brockhouse, and Kane Wilson.
Yeah.
So I don't have any information on Tall 3, even though they've been with me for like the whole time.
Captain Tool 3 was with you for a little bit on Draco Mal. You know he's competent, but he didn't display anything specific, and you haven't got to. You have to take a dedicated time to get to know and like. Essentially, these command roles that you're doing is like you getting them in a room and doing war games and talking, like positing questions like how would they react to this, and you get an idea of their personality and all that type of thing. So
Probably poring over their battle records and history.
yeah, there's research and stuff as well. It's like a whole big thing encompassed. So
Okay. Well, crap. Well, Lieutenant Brockhouse would be really well suited to this, but she's a lieutenant.
You can always still promote. I did that.
I could just promote her.
yep, you could promote her to captain.
And I know Sabrina is good at doing like more sneaky ambush type stuff.
Yeah.
She's also good at skirmishing, but she's better at the sneaky stuff. So
You did get the info on her, and I remember it being a success. So skirmishing is what she does. Everything skirmish.
okay. Okay. So I'm gonna promote Hayden Brockhouse.
Okay. Keep in mind, you do already have like 3 captains.
I have
4 captains.
Mm,
Like the thing
that
is,
would be. Oh yeah, she'd be my 5th.
she'd be your 5th captain. So like
Shit. Okay.
the more you
Maybe
promote
not.
people, the more problem it could become in terms
Yeah.
of, you know.
I have a lot of captains.
do?
Well, okay, so
But it's different having captains than promoting.
yeah. I mean, I would love to know more about my captains. I don't want to take so much time away from
Organization is important, and
I'd like to know some more about my captains. So presumably, like, if one of
It
us
would
is
take
doing
the
it,
same
all of
amount
us
of
would
time.
be. So I wouldn't.
would
mind.
you all like to do another round of Oh Captain, My Captain?
Who's that captain? Yeah,
I mean,
let's do that.
The only
It's Pikachu. It's Clefairy.
Fuck!
My all-time
Okay.
favorite meme.
So good.
Except for look at all those chickens, which is probably
I mean,
Oh,
in
that's
that
a
case, I
classic.
get to find out more about textbook, and that's pretty much it.
You've got quite a few more people you need to know about.
Do I?
believe. Yeah.
I know about battery. I know about turnout. I know about interdict. I know about blockade. I could find out more about blockade, but
I see
So,
Captain
uh,
Blitz. You have.
So just to clarify, we are wanting another round of Oh Captain, My Captain. Everyone
Yes.
down for
I'm
that? Okay. In that case, we'll start with the Alpha Grenadiers. 21st. You have like Blitz. You don't know that much about, or you don't have like info on. In terms of your new guys, you have Blitz, textbook. Then you have your staff sergeants, your lieutenants.
I know a lot about the majority of my staff sergeants.
Yeah. There's
Yeah, it's pretty much those two, Blitz and textbook.
Blitz and textbook. I'm just having a look here, seeing if there's. I don't think you know that much about. Well, you don't have that many. Well, you have a fair few lieutenants now, but I don't know how much information you have about. Double time. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. So you want Blitz, and you want.
Is it automatically 3, or
textbook.
can we do less?
It'll be automatically 3. Yeah.
Might as well do. Well, I already know enough about the rest of them. I need another one.
Well,
Give me
next HQ after the guest spot, you'll have more reinforcements coming in, so it will tempt you with more.
Then can I roll a command for just the next one coming in, and we can just save that one?
I'm just having a look here. Do you know about like cover? Yes, you do know about cover.
There's a lot that I don't have notes in because they're from the last.
Yeah, like turnout.
Turnout, I know, is using vehicles and weapons, mounted vehicles, or mounted weapons and stuff like that.
And there's a little bit more there, but yeah. DMZ.
Demilitarized zone, we talked about that, yep.
Battery, ambush, blockade, bridgehead. Click. Defilade, extract. Flanker, interdict. No quarter? Do you have no quarter on there?
No quarter is on my list, but I know what that one is.
Okay. Yeah, you did get to know a lot of your troops, and they are fairly
Most of mine are carrying over from last time, which is why I'm ahead. So
well,
Blitz,
if you do the 2, then we can just like shave off a little bit of the time spent, basically.
Yeah, I'll do the 2.
So give me 1 + 10 command roll and 1 regular command roll, and you can hopefully do badly at least one of them.
There's your really badly.
Thank you.
A crit 99 again.
Oof.
No, no.
That was on my +10 as well, but then I get a 6.
Holy crap. Okay. Who would you like, the good one? Who would you like, the bad one?
Well, I feel like they're set because one was a +10.
Well, the +10 is just to represent like your ability with your regiment. So the more time we spend with your regiments, the more you'll get like more +10s and +20s.
Okay. Well, then I definitely want to know more about Blitz than I want to know about textbook.
Okay. Captain Blitz is careless, reckless, very prone to split-second decisions, good or bad, and has probably the highest kill count and also the highest loss count, like casualty count. It effectively it depends how you utilize him. He can either be really good or really bad. If you throw him into a meat grinder, for example, he's going to rack up a lot of kills to the enemy, but also he's going to take a lot of losses.
Reckless, split-second guy.
Careless. So, like, he's very likely to fall into traps. But at the same time, if the enemy shows a weakness, he'll exploit it like that.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And textbook.
Textbook is liked by everyone. Very good at inter-regimental relationships. Got warriors of his own merit and a high riser looking to go far. Now, this was a crit failure, just to remind you.
Yeah, I have him set. I'm keeping him where I'm setting him because I was going to do this anyway. I was going to have him in Breaker's Yard.
Yeah.
Because I figured that's where there'd be recruitment and training, and he would be good there.
Yeah. I'm looking at my notes for textbook. I'm like,
So.
Concern.
So, next up would be, let's go with the 1-4.
I would like to know about the other 2 captains I have, Robert Burr and Noah Woodford. I want to find out if they are good at building arcs. And then beyond that, let's... you know what? I have to know. I have to know what Argon King's deal is.
Argon King.
Is he a ranger? Is that the idea? Or is he a leader? Is that the idea?
So, please roll me with 1 + 10, 3 command rolls.
Alrighty.
Maybe he's just a nerd.
Command roll 2.
That's a science joke.
A command roll with a +10.
Although I will admit, not great at science. Not sure if Argon is actually a nerd.
What's with the 99s
damn.
today?
Okay. Yeah.
That's
so
the third 99.
Yeah, I go a
Argon
99
is a noble gas.
for
Isn't
minus
it?
4.3, a 1.8, and a 5.5.
Is that a crit success?
It isn't. It's an 11. It was because that was my plus 10, so target
You
was
guys,
66.
at this point, you guys have pretty good commands, so you're gonna get high successes without crits.
I'm gonna re-roll my crit failure there.
That's
Because
fair. Yeah.
I realize this, like, we're already most of the way through the episode and I haven't used any of them yet. Merely a minus 0.3.
Not as bad. So who do you want the failure on, and who do you want the successes on? The 5.5 will be a significant success.
Let's use the 5.5 on Robert Burr because I know the least. I feel like I've got no hints about them compared to the other names, maybe giving me some insight.
Like building arcs.
Do we need to pick who the fail is for as well?
Yeah, the fail would be.
I'll put that on Argon King because they're a lieutenant, so they're less critical.
Okay. So you want the most info on Robert Burr, and then Woodford is the success, and okay.
Yep.
Captain Robert Burr is persistent, laser focused, and great at small and specific tasks.
Okay.
So, giving him command of an entire operation would be less good than, like, take that town or defend this point, or do, like, if you give him one thing, he will do it with precision and laser focus.
Okay.
If you say, take these companies and go move forward, he's gonna go, oh.
Okay, I can work with that. I mean, it's like, I guess I can't just be like, take Katic, but I can, like...
assault this position on Katic and, like, break through. Like, that type of thing.
Destroy this particular emplacement or that kind of... Yeah, that's useful. I like that. That's good. Though
Okay.
it's only strengthening the theme that's starting to develop of nobody's good at just general management. It's like I'm out of my captains. I've got the guy that is all combat, no admin, and now I have the guy that can do one specific thing.
It's just a
And
matter
then I
of
have jungle forest fighter, which is more general. But I need a books guy at this point. I need someone.
You need
who's just...
an administrator.
Yeah.
It's all a matter of who you pick, man. Also, just FYI, he is the father of Lieutenant Stephen Burr.
Oh. I'll make a little note of that.
I don't think you have any info on him yet.
Well, now I do, because he's sort of that guy.
Yeah.
Does he take after the father, or did he rebel and he's more... he thinks more generally?
Yeah. So Captain Noah Woodford is an expert at desert and fighting in extreme heats.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Which I believe is in that area where we're landing, right?
There is kind of a savanna style, but it never kind of escalates to desert.
There is a straight up desert in...
There's a desert. Yeah, there's a desert. There's also some desert, cold and hot desert in the south of where Operation Jungle Jump is happening. You can see the difference. Like, it's kind of like dark yellow
yes.
as opposed to light yellow.
Okay.
Wait, there's like dark yellow in the middle of the arrow that you... Oh my gosh.
Yes, so that dark yellow is like savanna.
Okay, and then that lighter yellow is the desert. That's like
over to the east of Katic.
Yeah,
so he
by
might
the
be
mountain.
generally useful on the big Katic invasion, or he might come in use later down the line in the operations in the east of Katic, or taking one specific large landmass in Acilia.
Well, and I'm going to use because this is still a role for this operation. I'll use Maggie / Rickenbacker's tactical roles. One really good combo, weirdly enough, would be Captain Burr, and possibly Captain Woodford, for this operation, because you have the Savannah, which is hotter. It's like where the advance is going. And so you have a persistent laser focused task, push forward with the spearhead and defend. And then you have like slightly hotter climate, and if you don't have any other use for the captain right now, they could like spearhead the spearhead operation.
I like that. Yeah, that works as a team.
And Lieutenant Argon King is I'll tell you what, I won't give you his positives. He's very bad at being defensive.
Okay. That makes a change.
Yeah. But I won't tell you his good points.
Okay. It's like,
Have
is he
put
good at
Noah
attack
with
or
the
is he good at the
archers.
books? Like,
Is this finding my admin
is
character?
he good at building? I also need one of those, really, even though it's the 1/4.
I mean, in general, you can assume 1/4 will be decent at
Yeah.
like, unless stated otherwise.
Yeah.
Like Ty Dukes is technically would be a builder. The major.
Yeah. I think I've got the basics, like the top level distributions then for who I'm sending where. I think it is going to be Robert Burr and Noah Woodford on Katic, so I was already kind of leaning that way.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dora Clemens is on the east of Katic, and then I'm going to have Major Ty Dukes and Captain Baron. They can be part of the Acilia operation.
Yeah, I'm kind of assuming you're going to be spearheading the Ascilia invasion and operations. So
The rough idea I have at the moment is I send like fully half of the 1/4 to Acilia, and they're like the main team there. Then I have a quarter working on the Katic operation, and then a quarter that stay back on Breaker's Yard running admin and assembling everything.
you just need an admin.
That's the
officer.
point. Yeah, no, I do need a captain. I think I'm gonna have to promote a lieutenant to captain to run things on Breaker's Yard.
That's fair.
Because I've run out of captains.
You know what? Just because it will tempt you to do more trooper investigation, you do have an admin trooper. There is one in there.
Oh.
You could, and also I will say you might be able to figure out who it is. So the 12th.
I'm gonna guess it's Joseph Wickham. Wickham's a very bookish.
uh,
The best I've got.
All right, I'd like to know more about Major Tall 3.
oh, did you
And-
promote to major?
He's been a major.
Apologies, it says captain in my notes.
Oh no, he was a major basically when I got him.
Okay.
So I'd like him and my two captains, Captain Samus Bodkin and Captain. Is it supposed to be Julia Fox?
Yes.
Okay, it was just a small typo here. So, and Captain Julia Fox.
Yeah. Okay. So I was gonna say something, but then I was like, you haven't done your command rolls.
Yeah, I'm thinking Julia Fox is a fox. Is that right? Like.
I like Julia. So please roll me 3 command rolls, 1 with a +10.
Okay. Command. Plus.
Oh, that's a crit one.
Yo! Oh, and I crit 100 right after.
Oh god
Oh
damn.
damn! What a mix!
You do have
You have your
rerolls.
fate
I
point.
am going. How many? I have 2 rerolls, right? So
Definitely re-roll that crit.
I'm gonna reroll. You know what? I'm gonna reroll both of those.
Oh, the crit 1 and the crit 100.
No,
Oh.
obviously not reroll the crit 1. Jesus.
It's like,
That
Lancaster
crit
is now
100,
double
by the
time.
way, the crit 100
Lancaster's
was...
double time, yeah.
Christ. The crit 100 was the one with plus 10.
Okay.
Just so you know. That was ridiculous. No, I'm gonna reroll the minus
minus
one and the...
And the crit 100, yeah.
Stupid ass crit, so...
Double time's one of my favorite NPCs.
Well,
93.
fuck me. Okay. Fuck.
It's not a crit fail.
What? Yeah.
It's at
Here's your
93 is better
was that
than
the
100.
plus 10 or was that the not plus 10?
That's the not plus 10.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Go on, you got this, Vaddy.
I'm really nervous.
No Vandy dice. No Van dice.
Oh,
There you go.
0.7.
There you go.
Okay. So it balances out a little.
You know what?
Fuck me.
One of the things I was thinking, Lieutenant Colonel, is I know quite a lot about the 1-4. I was wondering if you'd like to, any information about any of them, maybe something you can have in your back pocket. Basically, that crit 1 is freely giving you a little bit of information, not about your own regiment, about the 1-4.
Wait, I need
sorry.
all the help I can get over here. I've got so many names without anything next to them.
So no input from Bentham. I will.
So
We'll do that afterwards. So do yours first.
I think you
Okay,
should roll
okay.
a die to have it be completely random, Sheepy.
Oh, we could do that, couldn't we? Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
hmm.
Okay, so you want to know about Tool 3, Major Tool 3.
Major Tall 3, Captain Samus Bodkin, and Captain Julia Fox.
Okay, which one would you like the crit 1 to be about?
Probably Tall 3.
Okay. You also
Or
have
Julia Fox. I mean, it's such a good name.
I mean, you could just have the success be Julia if you're
I'll
really
just,
wanting
yeah,
to.
let's just do the success as Julia, the crit as Major Tall 3, and then the failure, which pisses me off because like the crit fail was minus 2.6, but the regular failure was minus 2.9.
Yeah, because it wasn't plus 10.
I hate everything. But anyway.
I mean, a crit fail is always worse than a
Yeah.
incremental. Major Tool 3 is amazing at organization, logistics, and positioning. He is effectively a great operational commander.
Okay.
The bigger the better. He's a bit of a size queen. The bigger the better in terms of forces. So if you put him in charge of a large force, he will be able to organize it, to organize logistics and the positioning of troops and everything like that.
Oh, so he would be perfect for this.
This operation, yeah.
Fuck. Okay. Amazing.
Good choice. Especially for the crit, because you probably wouldn't have gotten how perfect he was for.
Yeah, he's like made for this. Okay. Samus, or you want to do Julia first?
Let's do Samus.
So Samus is the failure. So.
I'll give you the bad things. Considering. Captain Bodkin is not very. You've never seen him in a situation or position where he's been useful. He is not bad, but you've given him situations like this advance here, for example, was not useful in any of the situations. Like you posited him maybe being good at the Operation Jungle Jump, also nothing. So
Okay.
More info needed. You need to test something else out about him, maybe. Captain Julia Fox is charismatic, daring, fast, armor specialist, and desert specialist. Yes, that's right. You have the Desert Fox. I made Rommel.
I hate you. I hate you. That's a great name. Desert Fox. Okay.
Yeah, so
That's
you also get her nickname, which is the Desert Fox.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Cool. I like that. So that makes it really easy then. I'm definitely putting Tall3 in command of
Let me pull up.
Operation Ironfoot.
Okay, so Major Tool 3 command.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, we have a 1-4. We have to.
Oh, and the 1-4, yes, the 1-4 thing.
Let's. Where is the 1-4?
Let it be the
Bentham's like,
admin.
please help me.
Please.
Okay, so Bentham, who do you need left over?
There's Joseph Wickham. Oh, there is Stephen Burr as well, because the only thing I know about him is that he's the son of Robert Burr. I've assigned him to the same place, which could be a terrible idea.
Okay.
Yeah, so Stephen Burr, Joseph Wickham, Carl Spott, Samish Donnelly,
Argon as well. You only have.
Oh
the
yeah,
bad
I
about
only have a
Argon.
little bit of information. Yeah, Chuck. Oh, actually, yeah, that's a good point. I barely know anything about Garnet or Reeve either. Basically, every lieutenant except Easton, I know he's good at defending.
So count them, and we'll do a random D.
There are 7 of them.
Give me a D7 then. Vandy, please.
Me? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Sure.
Roll 1d7.
A 6?
6.
If they're in order, then that's Samish Donnelly.
It is Samish Donnelly. I'm sorry, Bentham.
Oh, what is
Samish Donnelly is an expert and well versed in winter and snow, cold fighting.
So useless on Caddick.
I'm glad you didn't say defense, because I would have flipped the table. He's an expert in, and I'm like, don't be another defender. I have 7 of them. I don't need any more. So,
That would have been great if it was a defender. I would have left.
Oh no. It's I mean, like, you do have a lot of defenders, but generally they're quite good with other things too.
yeah. I'm like, I'm okay, I'm covered. I don't need I can defend.
Yes. It is also part of the speciality of the 1-4.
Yeah, it is.
Lieutenant Colonel Lancaster, we have Major Tool 3 in command of Operation Ironfoot. Who else would you like?
Oh, let's put Captain Jasmine Quinn on there. You know what? Those Ogrins are probably going to do some work. The Grockets.
I can give you some operational insight if you'd like, just off the rolls from before. Captain Quinn and her Ogrin specialists not going to be super useful in an open battlefield.
Really?
Think of it as like, basically you have ogres with short range guns and melee,
with short range,
with a rattling, like, kind of sniper turret almost, not sniper turret, but like a shooting turret on the top. The type of situation they're going to be really useful in is like urban combat.
Oh, okay. Well then, no, I'll we'll hold off on them because they'd probably be better in Caddick proper.
Captain Quinn is a very specialist captain, commander. So it's gonna be like, think of them almost like special forces, to a certain degree.
Okay.
Although I can see a lot, I can probably see rearguard being like, we're gonna have so much fun with these rattling Ogrin teams.
He would go that team would go really well with my urban combat specialist of build up.
Once you guys start pushing on the Katic urban and Ascilia urban, like some of your...
I was actually going to send build up to Ascilia because those islands are like entirely urban when we get to those.
There's a couple of entirely urban, and there's a hive as well on Ascilia.
I would probably send Scarlet Diamond because she's just been really reliable. She's a captain.
Captain, thank you. Captain Scarlet.
I think she's also an okay sniper as far as I remember.
Yes.
And not sending Bodkin. It's plains, right? Like it's not really a desert.
Savannah and plains, yeah. It's not. It's like the center area, which is going to be the spearhead, is a bit hotter and a bit more but majorly the terrain is temperate and flat. So Netherlands, basically, or maybe Denmark.
So I don't think sending Julia would make sense. She might work, but I feel like she might be better suited somewhere else.
I mean, she is an armor specialist, and she is mobile and very fast, even for the... If you were trying to advance as quickly as possible, she'd be a good choice. But I feel like that's not really the objective.
No, I mean, the Iron Brigs are going to be pushing really, really hard towards what's it called? Whistleweiss. But I don't know if it makes sense to put her with them, because they're like...
She could be what's it called? It's almost like a diplomat when you send someone to correspond.
An envoy?
Yeah, something like an envoy or I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. Someone will say it, chat.
She's very charismatic.
Attaché.
An attaché. Oh yeah. She's very charismatic, so I find she would get very disappointed with the Iron Brigs. So,
Or liaison. That could also work.
Or liaison. Yeah, we could put her with them. You know what? She's
okay.
She's good with her job, and so she will be helping out the Iron Brigs there on the push.
I'll put IB liaison.
Yeah. Okay. Beyond that, then I would just be lieutenants and other, but that's, I mean, we're talking not NCOs, right? So.
No, lieutenants, because they'll probably be in charge of, and they will have an effect on the battle too. So.
Okay.
I like, my guess would be Lieutenant Till and Brockhouse.
Yeah, both of those are, well, Brockhouse is especially good with like line infantry.
Yeah.
And Sabrina Till is really good with the hit and run stuff, right? Which still
skirmishing. Yeah. If like most likely what will happen is Tool 3 will have however you decide to organize things, probably Sabrina Till will be recon and up front, so that if you encounter resistance, it would be skirmish retreat, and then Brockhouse would come forward with the main force to engage.
Okay, like go in, yeah.
That would be the tactic that I would say Tool 3 would go with.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably the best bet.
Okay. So, Lieutenant Till and Lieutenant Brockhouse. And then I'm looking at all the people you don't know about, and I'm like, okay, yeah. Do you have info on? You do. I don't think any of the other lieutenants that you know about.
I don't know anything about Fingon, Powell, or Mac Attila.
Mac and Tilla. Sounds like mac and cheese.
Yeah, it does.
Like Mac and Tella.
Mac and
Well, it's Attila, like Attila the Hun. So it's Mac Attila. So it's you know the whole theme of the 12th. So it's Lieutenant Jason Mac Attila.
Taylor. Well, we could probably throw him in there too. See what happens.
Okay.
I feel like he's gonna go bonkers.
Maybe a little.
Okay. Roll me a fellowship, please. Straight.
Okay.
You don't have any rerolls, just FYI.
Oh, I know.
Why?
2.9 degrees of success, though.
Nice.
Okay.
Let's go.
So, for this operation, you can get information about Unos.
Oh, well then let's get info on Macatilla.
If you'd like to include anyone else, you can get information on them, or you can get information on the 1-4, etc. So it's just freely, like while you're discussing the operation and everything.
Are there 1-4 coming down with us? Yeah, because they're gonna be backing stuff up there.
Yeah.
You're gonna have everybody on this one.
There's gonna be a Iron Briggs as well.
I was gonna chuck a cord for the 1-4 at this.
What I would like to know, because there's the force of the Iron Briggs that are going to be pushing towards Whistlewise, I would like to know who would be like the best person, I guess, for Julia Fox to work with, I guess.
So you're looking for someone. You're looking for like an Iron Brig commander to. Okay.
Basically, who's going to be the person who'll be fast and able to execute any kind of like plans that Julia might have.
To be fair, that's going to be someone who Maggie already knows about, which is Kirsa Devend.
Okay.
Armor expert.
Okay.
So.
Then in that case, let's find out something about someone from the 1-4 then.
Okay. So you have Lieutenant Garnett, Lieutenant Reeve, Lieutenant Stephen Burr, Lieutenant Joseph Wickham, Lieutenant Carl Spott, and Lieutenant Argon King. If you like, you can do another D6 to.
No, I want to know about Mr. Argon King.
Okay. Lieutenant Argon King is bad defensively. And is like not a specialist, but can literally be effective offensively on any terrain.
Ooh.
So, like all round, like specialist in terrain. He will bolster any offensive pretty much.
Fucking awesome.
I feel so bad for Bedford that he hasn't found his admin guy yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's a shoo-in for Acilia then, that's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But god damn it, I know the admin's in there somewhere.
You could figure it out, dude. Like, you can.
My guess is Wickham.
When you find out, you'll be like, oh, of course. So, in that case, so I'll probably have a chat with Mag.
It could be Garnet because they have Navy links, and I'm like, is that because they can manage logistics?
I rearranged my promotions. Bulwark is now a captain. Alphys and Omika remain lieutenants, because I remember last
Okay.
time Alphys and Omika, you said, are pretty much locked in as lieutenants.
They're also fairly independent, so higher command doesn't work that well for them.
Yeah.
They're, like those two are good at working together, but the higher in command they go, the more they have to do, and the less effective they are because they're kind of forces of their own.
And they were already lieutenants, so.
So I don't think Lieutenant Scarrett will work great for you here. Sorry, this is going on to the 12th.
Okay.
Julia Fox is pretty decent. Major Leans could be a use here. I know he's technically rough terrain expert. But
Leans? Wait, Trooper Leans?
No, Major Coolin Leans.
Oh shit, sorry, one of the newer ones.
Yeah. Different
Oh,
spelling.
right.
And
Would have been a hell of a
Leans.
promotion.
Fuck,
Yeah.
right? He was my former Vox caster, the other Lean, so I was like, how did he get there? Jeez. Yeah, just not with vehicles. Not with
and
cars.
you won't be really vehicling too much.
He's really good with like rough terrain though. So I mean, are we really gonna be? Do we think we're gonna be running into any rough terrain here, or do we
That's
want to
probably
save
more
that?
Ascilia.
Yeah, I feel like
Well-
Ascilia might be the better call for that.
I mean, it depends how things go, and it depends how much of a force you're bringing in. Honestly, you don't really need another major because Major Tool 3 can handle a big operational force.
That's yeah.
And you're also, remember, you're going to get majors from other places too, because
Right.
the 21st have a major that's going into Caddick.
The other options to send in there then would be some more lieutenants. You have Lieutenant Benapatch Combadict, Lieutenant Kane Wilson, Lieutenant Baboyle.
He's too tall.
Boy.
Oh no, sorry, Dunnerk is the tall one, but Boyle
That's
is my
Staff
good
Sergeant.
boy.
Baboyle is he's a good number 2, good at organizing and.
I think I might put Baboyle as Tall 3's like assistant.
2 IC.
Yeah. Because Sabrina Till and Hayden Brockhouse are going to be probably on the ground, like helping push or at least like organize the troops like on a more micro level, and then Baboyle can help Tall 3 because he's helped me for like the whole time. So
Okay.
yeah.
Anyone else you want to add in there before we move on?
Not Friggle. Poor Friggle. Maybe Sergeant Smythe.
God, can you imagine putting Friggle once you guys get into Katic, the urban area? He's gonna have a time if he goes in there.
Friggle's just he's gonna be on vacation. This poor guy. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you spit your water. He needs a break. This poor dude. So Smythe was my former runner. So I think
that made it back.
the one who made it. Oh, was it him? No, wait.
I can give you the
it was him.
I don't remember here.
I can give you the information you have about Smythe, which is bad shot, good eyes.
Oh, okay.
Trooper Leon was the fast one, but they're less important now. Your corporals and sergeants, unless there's something very specific like Sergeant Freely, they're prospects for promotion if you need, some more lieutenants and some more staff sergeants, etc. They will develop as you promote them and push them into situations, and you'll learn more about them as they go, and they'll kind of grow if they don't die.
Okay. Yeah, Smythe. Actually, yeah, Smythe was the one who got promoted to corporal for running through all the NID artillery. Yeah. So, but
I guess
now
could
he's a sergeant. Yeah, now he's a sergeant. So
you could probably add Brave to the list there as well, to be honest.
yeah. Yeah. Ran through NID RT and returned without a scratch. That dude was amazing. Okay, cool. So yeah, so I'll put Smythe on there, but I'll have him as more of a scout / runner / whatever. He's very fast. He might actually be good to stick with the Desert Fox.
Yeah.
So he might be the Desert Fox's number 2.
Okay, I'll put him down as okay. That will definitely help in terms of, because they're gonna be advancing really quickly. So having someone who's good at, seeing and essentially maybe be able to see like ambushes or problems coming up. Okay, in that case, let's head to the 1-4. 1-4, who are you sending in?
Okay, I have Robert Burr and Noah Woodford, the captains.
Where's the 1-4 here? There they are.
I've color coded everyone by where I'm sending them.
Oh, where is this in the?
In the main the dock where we're working.
Ah. Oh goddamn! Okay, that's even more organized than everyone else. So
well, I
we
was
have.
Like, how the hell do I keep track of the? Well, actually, what it was is I was typing them, and then I'm like, every time I type, everyone hears it, including the stream, and then I have to mute myself in the call and in the stream, and I'm just gonna color code because that's just the mouse. I could just do it with the mouse.
So Captain Burr, Captain Woodford.
That's smart. I'm gonna.
And then I sent Lieutenant Burr.
Lieutenant.
Because I don't know, he's the son of Robert. That's all I know. Let's put him in the same battlefield. That's either really good or really bad idea.
When the orders go out for this, Captain Burr comes to visit you personally. Oh. Sir, I hope you don't mind me coming to talk to you directly, sir. I saw you put I saw you put Lieutenant Stephen Burr under my command for the Katic offensive, sir.
I did, yes. Would you prefer any changes?
I can't believe you did this. Well, the thing is, sir, is he's never actually been in combat. He's a good boy and part of my military family, but I may have coddled him a little too much, sir. He's much better at organizing administration work. We keep him behind the lines if that's all right, sir. Putting him on an offensive, I'm sure he'd do perfectly fine, but for my own peace of mind, I'd like him back here with you, sir, helping you.
I see. Well, we were looking for someone to run things back on Breaker's Yard, so I think that will actually work quite well. Thanks for bringing this to my attention.
Of course, sir. If there's any more help you need, I'm very willing to do what I can, sir.
Excellent. I think this will work quite well, and good luck down there on Katic.
Aye, sir. I'll do my best and make you proud. And he marches off. God damn it, dude! Really? You managed to get the exact situation where?
Let me just make a quick change to the colors here. Just gonna...
So details on Lieutenant Stephen Burr, administrative, logistical, coddled. Basically, he's not good as a combat leader.
Baby.
And you see what I mean when I said you could figure it out is because he's the son of of a like higher up.
I see.
Yeah.
Right, I'm doing a bit of switcherooing now.
Look at chat being like, you did invent them.
I did it. I found
completely by accident. Yeah, he's administratively he's good.
Okay.
I'll take him out of Operation Iron
I'm gonna
Foot.
just put admin in all caps.
See, guys, this is why you don't give like little quirks and interesting things to your NPCs, because your players randomly stumble into shit. Just like,
Which is perfect for us.
I'll put father and son together. Why not?
And like, once Captain Burr leaves, Lime is definitely gonna muse to whoever is in the room. Is like, yeah, you can definitely tell it's Lieutenant Burr is coddled. He wasn't even the one who came to ask for the transfer.
Yeah.
I hope he's better with books than he is with talking to people.
And of course the staff sergeant who's with you says, "Yard, sir."
Oh, it's I thought he was dead. He's not even on my list.
No, he's still about.
What's his name again? It began with a W.
So
Yeah, I've got the document somewhere. Where is
like
it?
Warglen or Warguile.
He might have died. I'm not sure. I definitely no. Wait, he was. I think he was okay. I just never assigned him to anything. I never put him anywhere near me.
You didn't want him anywhere near you, so he hasn't.
And that's why he's still alive.
Yeah.
All right.
No,
yeah,
he didn't die. It just became this thing where it's like, yeah, we won't use him.
All right. New arrangement. We've got So we got Captain Burr, we got Captain Woodford, and then I'm gonna have Lieutenants Wickham and Spot, because I know nothing about either of them, so I'm just gonna throw two at the problem, and they'll add up to one person I have a clue about, and probably do okay.
Okay.
And I'm also gonna put acting Staff Sergeant Godfrey in there, but he can become a full Staff Sergeant.
Okay. Staff Sergeant Godfrey. He's actually a pretty good choice for this, just because like you may need to siege out the cities.
Yeah, no, the idea with him is like he'll come into play more and more the longer we're on Katik, and I feel like we're gonna be on Katik for a little bit, so we will come across bunkers that must be busted, and that is Godfrey's specialty. And that's it for assignments that I've got in there.
What we'll do as well in terms of the Iron Brigade is I'll talk to Maggie, and either like if she isn't able to, I'll have her do a few rolls, and then I'll organize the Iron Brigs for the campaign and for the different operations. And then I'll go over it at the beginning of next episode, so everyone knows what's going on. Yeah. Be like a little mini HQ where we just talk about what's going on there.
After we just need to be like, Maggie, send all your troops to Katik, and maybe like a few to Asilia if you feel like it.
Yeah. The one thing I will say that we can probably do here and now, very quickly, is that's the Alpha Grenadiers. There's the Iron Brigade. I
imagine her major will go to Katik, right?
She doesn't actually. Wait, did she promote a major?
She has a major. I just looked at the sheet.
Okay. Yes. So, I'm not sure. I would imagine Major Gesslug would go to Ascilia, because there's winter stuff over there. I imagine the Captain Devind, because of the armor experience, would be like the in charge.
I just wanted to know because I was going to designate my major based off of where she had put that one.
Yeah.
So I was shooter was either Katik or Ascilia, and now because of that information. I think you're right, and so I'll put him on Caddick.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because I imagine once signals can be connected, which is the other reason I wanted to signal back up to the guerrilla, is to be able to, for Major Shooter to be able to coordinate with the guerrilla troops as well as the troops on the ground on the other side of Caddick.
Okay. I'm just going to say for the Iron Briggs, we'll just have a very basic setup of captain with a couple of lieutenants because it's going to be a small spearhead force. You may find actually, like, depending on how many troops and officers you use, you may find you're able to open up another front on Caddick or on Oscilia. So, it'll kind of depend how everything goes, I guess. But we're going to have Captain Devind, Lieutenant Asborn Fidelere, who has good initiative, and Lieutenant Egil, who's new but has proved themselves to be like all-round competent. And that will be the Iron Brig detachment, with Captain Fox as a liaison in the Iron Brigs. So, shall we very quickly form up some companies to be
Oh, you
going.
didn't even have the 21st join Caddick yet.
Well, the 21st. Do you want the 21st in this engagement?
I mean, I thought so because I put Major Shooter for that. I put Bulwark as a captain for that. I put 404 captain for that, who will be in charge of Alpha and Omega. 404 will be.
Well, the Iron Brigs are in the distraction aspect of the. I assumed you didn't want to be part of this operation.
I mean, if it doesn't make sense, I just wrote them down as where eventually they end up.
So yeah. No, like this is just the operation. This isn't the overall campaign.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like that's an operation that we need to be a part of yet.
Yeah. Okay. So companies. First company. So how many companies do you think you'll want for this, Lancaster?
Like for the attack on Caddick or just in general?
For this operation. So if we again, if we go over what your regiment is going to be doing in this operation, it's basically a long advance line engaging forces up to the loyalist front, basically.
Yeah.
So, like, there are 3 cities on the way. You could go with like 3 companies with specific objectives. Or you could go with like 1 big company under the major just to push forward, and then smaller detachment companies to deal with the cities.
So, yeah, because I was originally when I was looking at making the organization and equipment stuff, I was kind of organizing them into what they were good at. So anti-armor, mounted infantry, snipers, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But with the offensive on Caddick, having Tall 3 and, having it as a major kind of movement would make sense. And then having, smaller detachments, to go forward and, do their thing would be important too. So I'm thinking, it could be like if the Caddick offensive is like Tall 3, Boyle, Sabrina Till, Hayden Brockhouse. Like really, that's the 4 who are kind of taking command there.
Okay.
As far as I am aware. Then, you'd have Julia Fox as, you know, the pushers, I guess, like the pushing kind of force.
Yep.
And then I need I want to have some snipers. Like I want to have a special op group of snipers. And
Those will be included in kind of like support.
yeah.
Things. Yeah.
And then obviously the rockets are special ops as well. So
yeah.
I was also thinking like, so there's anti-armor and there's rough terrain, because the armor is not going to go on the rough terrain. So it's like basically rough terrain and not rough terrain. Yeah. So for rough terrain, you know, I have Coolin Leans. And like he's like the main person for that, as well as I want to say probably just him. And then, you know, then I have my anti-armor, anti-tank kind of stuff, which would be Hamey Scarrett and who else was there? I guess Corporal Heinz eventually, but Corporal Heinz right now is kind of taken up. So, yeah.
Well, so currently you have Major Tool 3, Captain Scarlet, and Captain Fox available to lead companies.
Mm-hmm.
One other option is to form a smaller, like detached platoon. For example, if you look at the map,
mm-hmm.
You can see you have Kilwharton, Hithinden, and up north near the forest is Pilsiade.
Yep. Okay.
Again, like this is all going off the operational Tactico Imperialis and etc. that we did earlier. What you could do is you could have two smaller companies along with the big company for the major Tool 3. Two smaller companies to attack and like conquer those two cities. And then send like a detached platoon to hold Pilsade.
Okay.
And like basically take it out of the operation. So that you don't have to worry about it going past, and then you can turn around and deal with it later as needed. Then you have like the general advance. The three cities are all kind of like either neutralized or conquered, as per the plan at least.
Mm-hmm.
And then just the general advance to catch up with the armored spearhead.
Okay, so all right, so Tall 3 is gonna do the main one.
Okay, so first company, second company, and third company.
Am I writing this under my detachments, or the company commander and command squad kind of stuff?
If you like, I can note it all down, and you can, you know, and then I can just pass it over to you.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So then Tall 3 will be the first company.
Okay.
He'll be the main dude. Then I have Diamond, and then I have
Fox. Fox is with the iron brakes.
Bodkin. I have Bodkin. Captain Samus Bodkin. Who I've never seen in a useful situation. Yeah. Okay.
You could promote one of the lieutenants to captain and take a hope.
I'm determined to find what this guy is good at.
Bodkin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the risk for it. So I'll have Bodkin as the third company, and then Scarlet as the second.
Okay. So second company, Scarlet. Oh wait, is Diamond.
Scarlet Diamond. Yeah.
Command, and then Bodkin.
Mm-hmm.
Command. Okay. You'll also have a platoon if you're going by this. So first platoon, you can put a lieutenant in command there, for basically distracting the city. If you want to do that. The other option is to ignore it entirely, which may lead to either counterattacks or like flanking problems. But
we don't know much about Lieutenant Fingon, but let's put them up there for now. Although, wait, do I have any other lieutenants? Oh, distracting. Maybe Benepatch Cumberdict.
Yeah.
So he'd be out of the way and entertaining them. Hopefully.
Well, they're taking the platoon to a city, and basically encircling it, or like engaging with the forces at that city. So there will be combat, most likely.
Oh.
You can totally send Lieutenant Cumberdict over there if you like.
Fuck. No, I
imagining
thought
it
it was
like-
more like.
I'm imagining like the Siege of Storm's End from Game of Thrones, which is the one where I can't remember the guy that was useless from the house that's the garden region.
Oh.
And he just
Oh,
ate feasts out like in sight of the gates every day and didn't actually do any fighting ever. He just laid siege and then the war was over.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, if it's sieging,
Possibly sieging.
possibly sieging. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about these other lieutenants, so I'll put Fingon in there. Just
You
'cause-
could do another round of Who's My Captain.
No, but
Delaying
then-
this attack even further.
Yeah.
Which is
Hey,
what
I mean,
wants,
you-
so
you-
don't
you
do
know.
it.
It's useful to know.
It's also useful for you to be able to build better defenses
It is.
and do more damage to the good guys we're trying to save.
It is.
Mm,
But
no,
like having the right person in the right spot is also very important for your operations. Also, you don't need any more, as far as I know, primer. So if it's just the 12th, it wouldn't be as much of a delay. But then again, maybe Lieutenant Colonel Lime would like to know more about his troops. We could get some more info about all of them.
Yeah, but
no,
you
this,
know, I found
this
my
feels
slower.
like bait. This feels like bait.
I got my
I mean-
admin, I'm good now.
I mean, I could tell you exactly which lieutenant would be perfect for this.
I'm sure you could, and then, you know, it would make things so much more difficult. Would it just be on my end? Like, how much... I
mean,
I
what
don't
do you
know
need?
what the...
What are you looking at? Lane siege?
Well,
it's-
potentially laying siege. Like, we don't know.
It's
So,
not exactly
Like
laying
artillery
siege.
siege or
It's
We
basically
don't know.
like putting a lieutenant and sending them off to the city up north near in the forest, or like forested area, to basically hold any forces there, so the rest can advance and then that area can be dealt with.
oh, I know somebody who would be great for that too.
In your...
I'm not saying
platoons?
anything because I'm not allowed
Wow! Okay, well, no, because these are...
You know
are these
what?
specifically my detachments, or are
I'll-
these
I'll-
ones
I'll-
that I can pull from other people?
I'll
'Cause-
give you a wager. You roll command -30. If you succeed, I will give you the perfect person. Like, you will ask around and find the perfect person for this part of the operation
Okay.
with no delay. Or if you fail, you'll have to either choose to know and get a big delay, or to not know and get a small delay. You may roll at -30 command if you wish. You do not have rerolls.
I'm messaging you, Sheepy, who I think it is.
Oh. No.
Okay.
So I'd have to get a 44 or better.
This is an unknown.
Oh, then I don't know.
Yeah. It is a member of the 12th as well.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
no.
come on!
1 off.
Point
I saw
one.
30 roll and I'm like, it's doable
A
now.
single point off
Oh.
of a success.
That's so close.
Fuck. Does that count for anything, or is that still just it's a failure?
The delay won't be as bad. So if you choose not to know, you'll take a very, very minor delay. If you choose to know, there's going to be a delay, but not as significant.
The dice
Fuck
are
it,
so
tell
cool.
me.
Okay,
Tell me.
okay.
You know what? Fuck it. I want to know.
Lieutenant Jason Macatilla.
Okay. Oh god. Yeah. Okay. The Hun.
I will read you the description for him. Raiding, movement, never static, and independent.
Okay.
I mean, I probably could have guessed that too because you said it like it's Hill of the Hun.
Yeah. He is a perfect disruptive force to deal with this kind of situation.
Okay. Let's send him then.
Okay.
It probably would have taken me a little while to find somebody who could do that and lay siege.
Plus, like in this instance, it's like knowing and testing your lieutenants is great for future promotion to company commanders.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, so there will be a delay regardless. I mean,
It's like your failure was not terrible, so the delay.
it was 1 point.
It was 1 point.
Oh.
So let's very quickly pull up how many you want to send. To give you an idea, there was 1,200 sent to in total in two companies, sent to the Operation Jungle Jump. So
And that's being small.
yeah, that's reasonably small. So a large company to like expand all of this area would probably be around 5 to 10,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 10 times the size, so I was almost gonna say 12,000.
Well, I'm talking for first company.
Oh, for the first company. Oh no,
Yeah.
then make it. Let's make it quite large because it's Tall 3 can deal with large numbers, so we'll send the 10, like just 10K.
10,000? Okay.
Yeah, we'll send like a big force out with them.
And also, once they're on the ground, you can obviously reorganize after the operation's over, start new operations, split forces, and so forth. So second company is Diamond Company.
Okay. Diamond Company. She's going to kill Wharton and Hithenden.
I assume one company will go to each, but yeah.
Oh, right. Wait, then who's going to Pilsead? Pilsead?
That would be Macatilla.
Oh, right, and Bodkin's going to one of them.
Yeah, Bodkin will go to one, and
Okay. Let's send her to Hithenden, and we'll have maybe 5. No. So here's my thought, right? Because I don't know if Bodkin's gonna fuck it up. So I'm debating whether I should have him in the middle so that if we need more people, we can easily kind of have the top and bottom kind of bring them in.
Yeah.
Or if we should have him at the bottom and have, Scarlet being Kilwharton with a larger force being able to send some down or fix it.
So, also, like, depending on what happens at Pilsiade, Kilwharton may become more important because it's closer than Hittenden.
Yeah. So I'll put her in the middle. I'll put her in the middle then. I'll put Diamond Company at Kilwarden.
Okay.
And we'll give her 6K.
6K? Okay.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind that this will be a significant chunk of your forces, like regardless of your command roles and etc.
How many people do we have in total?
It is a bit ethereal. You have like it depends on your roles and things like that. So
Okay.
what I can tell you is like 10,000 is a good solid thing for your main force. For your smaller like actions, you may want a smaller proportion. So like for example, with 10K, that's pretty good for like the main invasion-y bit. Maybe a quarter or so of that would be a decent for the companies, and then like a small skirmishy force for the platoon.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Kilwarton, I still want to have fairly large.
Larger,
with,
yeah,
with
that's
Diamond.
fair.
Yeah, just as support, really. For Bodkin, we'll make it like 2K.
Okay.
So smaller, but still enough, I think. And then Pilsiade will have 3K.
Higher than the
No, actually, no. We'll have him 1K.
one. Okay.
One. Yeah, because I think he'll be able to make do with a smaller force anyway.
Do you want to keep 6,000 with the Kilwharton detachment?
Maybe 5,000 then.
Okay.
Like, just drop it a bit.
This will still be a significant chunk of your forces, just FYI.
Yeah, I anticipate that most of the 12th are going to be on Caddick anyway.
All right. In that case, the 1-4. I assume this will probably be a little bit more simple.
Yeah. I'm thinking 2 companies, one that is attached effectively to the Iron Brigade assault force, and then one that's effectively for the 12th.
Okay. In that case, who do you want attached? Which company do you want attached, and which company do you want in charge of what? Who do you want in charge of what?
So, Robert Burr will be attached to the Iron Briggs, because he's the laser focus guy, so it's like, attack this point, build fort here, hold this line. And then Noah Woodford will command the second company, which will be more general. It'll be covering the... it'll be holding the path that the Iron Brigade forges and working with the 12th to build whatever defenses they need.
Okay. And probably an HQ as well, most likely.
It was like a third one that holds the landing ground.
Well, I imagine that'll be part of the Woodford command.
Okay, yeah.
I be attached with Burr command. Okay. How many troops do you want to dedicate to these 2 companies?
I'm trying to get a feel for the numbers, and what I want is to commit about a quarter of what I can to this.
Okay.
So
It depends on your roles, but I'd say in that kind of terms, I'd say a total of like 15 to 25,000 would be appropriate.
and that's a quarter of my forces?
It could be. It depends on your roles.
Do you mean 15 to 2,500? Or
1,000.
okay.
I mean, first company for the 12th is sending in 10, 5,
Oh, wait.
19,000 troops.
We got a lot.
Okay. In that case,
You will have significant numbers of troops.
That changes my estimates a bit. I mean, what about 5,000 in each of the two?
Yeah, that wouldn't take too much off you.
And maybe I'll regret it in one more later or less. I'm not sure, but that seems like that's a good starting point.
Well, the more troops you commit, the more possibility for casualties, but they are there on the theater of war.
Yeah.
So
There's also a higher chance of success if you bring enough to the field. Yeah.
And also,
this isn't my main focus, so I feel like that's plenty.
okay. It's amazing how quickly this show goes.
I know.
Me,
I'm
enjoying
at the
this.
clock. Like we gotta finish this offensive and plan the next one. We're out of time.
Yeah, we gotta do a skillier as well. So we will like shoot over this very slightly. Again, as I said, I'll sort the Iron Brigade out with Maggie in regards to either I'll do it or if we manage to get it sorted, I'll set it up with Maggie so I can give you guys the info. Let us jump over to Ascilia quickly, and at the very least get the name of the operation down. So that's the operations on Katic, operations on Ascilia.
It's about capturing a large, relatively open continent for the purposes
Operation
of
Island Igloo.
Yeah.
Island hopper?
What's the igloo got to do with it? I mean, there is a little bit
We're
of ice
entering
at the bottom.
into a kind of a winter area.
On a skill, let me look at the.
We're not really, because we're entering a little bit south, and then we're going to the equator.
Yeah, the southern part of that continent
Southern wind.
is southern wind
Or northern wind, if you're coming north, is it? Well, wait, how does wind work?
This is like
what do
a
you call
frozen
wind?
tundra. Frozen tundra.
Zephyr?
Like, no, but if wind comes from the south, do you call it a southern wind, or is it a northern wind because it's going
The
north?
southern wind, it's coming.
It's a southern
coming
wind,
from the
it's
coming
south.
from
It's
the
a
south,
southern
blowing
wind.
north.
Southern wind. I like that. That works.
Operation Island Getaway.
A southern wind. Hold on. They're usually warmer winds.
Operation Honolulu.
Oh, cold front. That's cool.
Cold front. That would be a fun.
Buster, Oster.
I like
Operation
Zephyr.
Avalanche.
Kona. Stormy southwest wind in Hawaii is called a Kona.
Would you say you like Sheepy?
I like Zephyr.
Zephyr is good. Zephyr, I think, is. Hold on.
What does Zephyr mean specifically?
Oh, if we're going for like
Zephyr is a warm wind.
if we're going for like a cold, how about Operation Howling Front? Like a cold front and howling wind. Although
maybe
the
a bit too
1-4
much
aren't very
romance.
howling, are they?
It doesn't roll off the tongue well.
I like just Operation Cold Front. Like I think
it's nice and simple.
Yeah. Okay, let's go with Operation Cold Front.
Yeah.
And what we'll do very quickly is, if you just call out who you're putting in it for the 1-4, for the 12th, and for the 21st.
I got
so
it all lined up.
Is everyone in agreement that Lime will be
Polar Point.
Be the point here.
like, is Lime taking point for the command of this one? Okay.
Yeah.
Lime command. Okay, 1-4. Who's going in?
We got Major Taijukes.
Wait 1 sec. Don't add 10-point space. Just it's so annoying. Sorry. Major Dukes.
Captain Baron.
Okay.
4 lieutenants. One of them is acting Easton. He's gonna become a full lieutenant. Congrats.
Congrats.
He does a good defend. So Lieutenants Easton, Reeve, Donnelly, and King. Got Easton good at defense. Reeve, I don't know, but I know he's a medic, and we're gonna need one.
Okay.
Donnelly is winter. King is a fence in all terrain, so he's perfect for the entire planet.
Hell yeah.
Then
He's the king of all terrains.
he's a ranger. That is the thing, isn't it? There we go. And I'm gonna throw in Staff Sergeants Yox and Dunn. They're both people that just kind of do the thing, and are fine. They're not great. They're just fine.
You mean Staff Sergeant job done?
Yeah. and then Yox, who's like terrible at leading, he just joins in. It's like, all right, just go there and join in.
Yeah. He's there.
And also, very important note: Corporal Smith is there too. The guy who uses 2 shovels. Entirely because it's the combat one for the 1-4, so we get to hit people with shovels.
Corporal Smith would be great in Stalingrad. I mean, in Katik when it gets to urban combat.
That's true, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I'll transfer him when that happens.
So 12th. Do you have anyone you want to assign to this operation?
Yeah, I mean we don't really. The ground's going to be pretty rough there, I'm assuming. We don't really know too much about that. It's like a lot of different island hops.
Yeah, it's kind of like there's no significant forests or mountains or anything like to make note of, but there's quite a few cities and etc. So
okay,
depending on how the cities are assaulted, could end up as rubble and rough terrain very easily.
Okay, well, I definitely want Lieutenant Hamey Scarrett in there, mostly because of the foxhole trench fighting.
Makes sense.
Sure, there's going to be some infiltration type stuff.
Especially when you start island hopping, Scarrett's going to be useful.
Oh, yeah. I am going to also put my major... Oh, no, Pool and Lanes I'm already using. Hold on a second.
You're not using.
Oh, I'm not using lanes. Never mind. So, okay, we'll put him there. He's mostly good with rough terrain, but he's a good infantry leader too. So we'll put him out there.
Makes sense.
And then we'll also add Lieutenant Rory Powell and Lieutenant Kaylee's Fingan because I have no info on them, and honestly, we just need them to do something. And no, I will not be asking for more information.
Okay.
Because it will slow things down.
That's fair.
I think that's pretty much it, right? I can give Kane Wilson as well, because Kane is Lieutenant Kane Wilson was a sniper.
Lieutenant Wilson. Yeah, well, he's trained by Silvat.
Yeah.
You don't know the further
assume
details.
He's a sniper. Or at least aggressive. Maybe. We'll see.
Or just crazy.
Or just freaking bonkers. Yeah. So we'll toss him in there.
You do have Bodkin. Just going through here. You do have Lieutenant Commodict.
I don't know what
I
to
thought
do with him.
Cumberdix was going to be Breaker's Yard for recruitment, right? That's what.
Oh
we
yeah, he's on Breaker's Yard.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. I forgot he was on Breaker's Yard. Silly man.
Garrett, Powell, Fingan. Yeah, you've pretty much used everyone there. Okay, 21st. Are you gonna send some peeps in?
2 captains, Double Time and Blitz.
Nice.
Underneath Double Time is Lieutenant Sneak, and underneath Blitz is Lieutenant Elastic.
Okay.
And then 2 staff sergeants, Interdict and No Quarter. No Quarter is with Blitz.
Oh god.
Interdict is with Double Time and Sneak.
That is going to be interesting. Do you know the details on No Quarter?
Yes.
Okay. That's good. Yeah, poor Ascilia, man. At least he isn't like a major in
He's a
charge
staff
of
sergeant.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere above that. But I figured he'd work well with Elastic and Blitz. You know,
Yeah.
that's my what is that? The Outcasts. That's the name of that company.
I feel like we're going to have a report next HQ that's going to be very interesting from that grouping. Oof. Okay. What we'll do very quickly. Basically.
Double Time, by the way, is in charge. Like the
Double Time
head
is in
command
charge
of that
okay.
one.
Major Dukes and Major Leans will take command of your respective regimental forces in that area. For now, we will keep Ascilia reasonably vague. And what we'll do is I'll have a chat with you guys in between, you know, because it's going to be like 4 weeks or so till the next HQ, and we'll flesh out a few things kind of off camera because apparently 2 4-hour episodes is not long enough for HQ. I blame the amount of fun I'm having with this whole risk strategy setup thing. It's too interesting to me. Bentham, why didn't you stop me? Like when I decided to do this, you should have just been like,
Because I'm also super into it.
Sheepy, stop.
Yes,
so
continue more.
I want to do it in person so we actually have figures and we're just moving them
that
on
would
the
be
board.
so cool.
We need the
So
little
awesome.
the sticks with the things for,
Yeah.
for pushing stuff.
So I'll give some like operational information at the beginning of the next episodes as we go and as we figure everything out so that you guys don't miss it. What we need to do very quickly is a roll for the 12th. Lancaster, I need you to roll
Cooking?
Yes.
I need you to roll command war with a +10.
Okay, so let me do command. Here's 1. War with a +10.
Good command. Good war.
Okay, and
Tactica Imperialis.
with nothing, just flat.
Yes, just flat.
No. Oh fuck. Okay, well,
That's not that
so
bad.
2.1 degrees of success on command, 1.5 on war, -1 on Tactica Imperialis.
And a commerce, please.
Commerce.
You've got this.
No, I do not. -3.8.
Do you still have a fate point or no?
No, I do not.
Oh no.
Okay.
That's bad. The commerce one I think is the most important.
Yeah, commerce may not be, you know, we're not really good at real commerce, okay?
Wait,
Okay,
does her adjunct help because she has
Freely?
freely? I feel like that would help. with
Freely can
commerce.
find some funds somewhere, I'm sure.
So, Lancaster, if you go down to your regimental details.
Uh-huh. Oh, wait, that's on here. Yeah.
Manpower,
Yeah.
60%.
Okay.
That's not bad. You rolled well there.
You took a significant chunk out of your forces. You do have reserves, by the way, aren't that much. It's like emergency reserve forces. In that case, munitions.
This is where it's gonna suck.
Will be. Oof. Yeah.
If you need math, I can do math real quick.
No. It's good. Munitions will be 45%.
Okay.
Oh, you
Jesus
just
Christ.
that's a lot of munitions used.
Fuck me. They better be put to good fucking use, I'm telling you right now.
Support equipment will be 53%.
Okay.
And additional resources and supplies will be 70%.
Okay.
Oh.
And the reserves? Sorry, what were the reserves?
Reserves are like if you run out of manpower, you will start drawing from your reserves.
Okay. Yay!
But you have a significant force on Katic now, so that's good.
I do, so yeah.
Same roles, please, for Lieutenant Colonel Lime. This is just the Katic operation, by the way. This doesn't include the... We'll get the Ascilia offensive sorted off camera, because we don't have time.
So it's command, war with a +10, tactic imperialis, and commerce.
Yes, and I ticked your commerce, because you should have ticked commerce by now.
Yeah. Okay, command. -2.2.
Okay.
War with a +10.
Roll all and then see if you want to reroll something.
Yeah.
Oh, you do have a reroll, don't you?
Tactic imperialis. Yeah, I've still got one left.
Oh no.
And commerce. I'm not looking. Commerce.
Okay.
Hey!
Okay, that was a good one. That was a really good one.
So
Yeah.
-2.2 on the command, -0.3 on the war, -3 on the tactic imperialis, and +2.6 on the commerce.
What is your...
Check the targets. Oh, Tactica's got the hardest target to hit.
Command has the lowest, or the best target to hit, with a 56.
Also, keep in mind you didn't use that many troops.
True.
For the well, you did use a fair whack, but not as many as the.
Yeah, I used 10,000, and my plan is if it looks like I have the numbers to deploy 20,000 on Ascilia.
Yeah.
What does tactic imperialis affect?
Tactics.
Yeah, tactics and overall execution of the operation.
Oh, right.
War and command is in regards to manpower, support equipment, resources, supplies, munitions, and support equipment a little bit are affected by commerce.
I think I'm going to try the command one because that's actually a worse roll on the dice and a much easier one to succeed on.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Plus
Okay.
You got it.
6.
In that case, please change in your regimental details. Your manpower will go down to 87.
All right, that's pretty good.
Your munitions will go down to 95.
Oh, nice.
That's the same as what mine did. Nice.
Your support equipment will go down to 92.
Mm-hmm.
You did better there than me.
Additional resources and supplies will go down to 79.
I just barely beat you there. My manpower is 88, my munitions is 95, support is 90, and additional is 80 for me.
I mean, I'm pretty happy
keep
with
it-
that because that's a commitment of way more troops.
Keep in mind it is possible to share munitions and etc. as time goes forward. Obviously, the more you fight, the more you use munitions and
Was
et cetera.
munitions the one that Vandy took a real bad hit on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can hand some over maybe because I'm on 95%. So I'll.
Well,
I'll
you haven't
spare what
deployed
I've said
your
and done.
You haven't
You
deployed
haven't
your main
deployed your
force
main
either.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
so-
like
yeah.
if it goes really badly that time round, but it's a good sign. It's like
Yeah.
I'm that's an advantage at the moment.
I think we need to plan on taking over that place to build our munitions.
Yeah,
the
that will
stomach.
really help you.
Yeah, that's another
if you
thing
get
that I'm gonna
that up.
throw a bunch of 1-4 at. Like everyone that's left after I've deployed to Katic and Ascilia, anyone left is gonna set up. Is gonna be split basically 50-50 between setting up the fort and setting up.
Putting
stomach.
officers in charge of that type of thing also is very useful.
Yeah,
Don't
like,
worry, build up will be there to take over the stomach with you.
Oh yeah.
he can,
As
he can
will
work together
Bridgehead.
with,
Both are very good.
with Lieutenant Burr.
So, apologies everyone. Apparently, 8 hours is not long enough to
to plan a war. Who'd have thought?
do you remember when we were talking about this and we were like, look, on the HQ, if we get to the point where we're done, the second episode can be like you guys starting off the invasion, you know, playing like other characters, and we'll get a bit of the war started. Wow, how wrong we were about that.
I mean, I was
It's
thinking,
alright, that
it's
gives
like,
more
I think
for
we
the-
need the 2, because I don't think we can guarantee getting it done in 1. I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah.
we'd be all the way to the end of 2 and be like, wait, we've got half the offenses left to plan.
I mean, I honestly think it leaves more for like the RP of the other groups, you know?
Yeah. We can get
Now the
some of
question
that.
is, are they going to be Katic or are they going to be Jungle Jump?
Yeah.
I like that it was dawning on Rick earlier in the chat that he's gonna either deploy to Stalingrad or to Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a hell of a selection we provided.
Yeah,
You're fucked either way. I mean,
I mean, like, you are, but there's much better music in Vietnam.
There is a lot better music,
I love the Vietnam era music. It's so good.
And I gotta say,
Paint It Black. Oof, great song.
I would say landing on that peninsula would be more fun for me, personally.
But like the advance over the plains with like you know,
powerful, and
they've got the spearheads to do.
Yeah.
Like that could be really interesting.
There's a lot, because then you get the multitude of troops too, because you got the Iron Breaks, you got the 12th and the 1-4.
Yeah, and then landing on Ascilia is probably going to be all of the regiments and kind of some city to city fighting and that type of thing. Like there's a lot of options for them to mess around in. So.
Yeah, the cool thing is, I and the reason I played it this way to have build up in that other place where we just landed is that I can switch people out when it comes time to, oh, we're going for the hive in the buildings, build up, you're going in, you're getting pulled out.
Yeah.
Officer switch.
Yeah, you can do that as well. That's going to be very possible. The other interesting thing is there are even more options in terms of what the guests can do. They could play like the first episode could be transport pilots who are dropping the invasion, and they're literally like getting shot at by anti-air and stuff as they're like landing troops. You know, they could be Imperial fighters like providing air support. You know, like going on, we could have an episode where people are just playing artillerymen, and they're like behind the lines just shelling Katic, like stopping for recaf breaks and just trying.
They just hear Lime over the radio like, nailed it, I've been promoted again.
I'm now ruler of the galaxy.
Because we did say we were going to bombard the city of like the area of Katic while we were doing this landing, so that we had cover fire.
Yeah.
I can just see Bentham and Lime just like looking up towards the Emperor at one point, being like, one day. Super
What are you talking about?
heretical.
What are you talking about? One's right there.
Ale
One day.
Warbuster Lime.
Yeah, funny. Oh, god damn it. War Master
Oh.
Lime. Jesus Christ.
One's day will come, and I imagine it's going to be on Breaker's Yard.
Fortunate Son intensifies. I like that. It ain't me. It ain't me.
Oh dear.
God,
All
I
right.
enjoy me some Creedence Clearwater Revival. Yeah, so that is the episode. As I said, I'll chat with all of you about a little bit more of the organization and stuff, and we'll do a few more roles kind of off screen, let everyone know what happens. And yeah, next week we're gonna have the cast of guests. Wait, let me see if I can remember. It is Lord Minion, also known as Wade. Wait. Lord Minion 777. Katie Peters Plays, Tashnar, and Derp Digital, also known as Mighty Rick, who is a mod for this channel.
Yep, nailed it.
Boom!
I'm still wondering why Derp Digital's
The fisheye.
the fisheye look. Very curious.
I think it's the camera that was to hand.
He looks like a 90s comedy shot in a sitcom where it goes like wow wow, and the person like looks sideways to the camera going like, I told you.
Yeah, but when I do
We're
my
just
phone selfie,
riffing
it doesn't
on
look
Rick
like that. It
here.
reminds me of like, you know, the like Bill Nye the Science Guy like intro part where you with
Yo,
the magnifying
he's like-
glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what it reminds me of.
Oh, it is Bill Nye the Science Guy. Yes. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh dear. It's a problem I have when I'm taking pictures is I'm like, all I have are webcams and a phone that is too old for this now.
I mean,
I need a new phone.
To be fair, Wade's picture looks like the caption "Suddenly a lumberjack appears" is like underneath it. A wild lumberjack appears is like.
It's just Canada, man. That's just Canada.
That's true. Sorry, Beth, you could take away the.
Yeah, so you can tune in next week to see the guest cast acting out what we have laid out for them. We'll find out what particular battlefield they're on. I'm very excited to find out, and I get to find out earlier because I'm gonna be in the meeting where it's planned. It'll be great.
I'm waiting for Wade to guess whose plan this was. He's gonna be like, it wasn't Tyler.
We'll have to just be like, yes, there's this plan and this plan, and see if he's like, hang on a minute.
I like how Tyler's plan was, let's create Vietnam on Stalingrad.
Mm-hmm.
You can't dictate to me my war.
Get you an army that can do both.
Hey, listen, basically that's what the 21st are. They're all soldiers that were trained in that kind of environment.
Mm.
It's the thing.
I may or may not have styled my guy's look after a look of a Vietnam soldier.
Nicely done. Right. Today's supporter was Jofu as Lieutenant Tuminia of the Imperial Navy. Thank you very much, Jofu. For
In the
supporting this
Navy.
episode. and may your shells fly true towards the city of Katik when we need them to.
Towards not us.
Also,
Throwing
out on
seashells now.
Patreon, we have the February recap, so you can check that out if you so wish. And also, bear in mind that the time zones will continue to be all wonky for the next 2 weeks. So that's the next 5 shows after this on Roll For It as a whole. The next 1 episode of The Last Stitch Season 2. And then everything will hop back an hour from the perspective of people whose clocks had already changed, because everyone else's clocks will have then changed. Unless you're in a place where clocks don't change, I don't know. You're just gonna have to check. I'm sorry. It's all broken. It's the worst. It's the worst. There's a guy who has to regularly communicate with people scattered across various time zones. It's the worst. And yeah, you'll be seeing the guest cast soon. One last thing. The first episode of the 2-shot of Fear itself. The parallel. What was it? The parallel. I forgot what it's called. Parallel Killer. The Parallel Killer. Abbreviation TPK, which is interesting. This is one more episode of that. But the first episode is now out on YouTube. You can check it out over there. All right, let's go through the people and what they're up to. Sheepy, can we get an outro this time?
Sure. OMG Vandy likes to stream Among Us. Does stream occasionally. I think you're kicking that up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, kicking it up a little bit. Twitch.tv/OMG Vandy. OMG Vandy on Twitter as well. Go follow her. Go give her lots of love and things like that. How's that? Pretty decent outro, I think.
I feel like you missed there's an RPG that the Vandy's in that you could mention.
I don't think so. Oh, this one. Come watch this one next week.
Oh dear.
I mean, Vandy's not going to be in it, but it's part of it.
Uh-huh.
Anything missed there, Mandy?
You can also.
Women gamers or something like that. What crap? I can't remember what it's called.
You're so close. You're so close.
I want to say the game hers. I was like, we are gamers, women gamers, but the game hers. There you go.
Also, there's this fancy little channel you should follow called Daddy Sheepdo on Twitch. On Mondays, there's a Vampire the Masquerade campaign, which has not only myself, but also Tashnar, who you'll be seeing next week anyway, and a few other awesome people. And Oh my gosh, can you believe it is GM'd by none other than the Sheepdog?
Really?
The Sheepdog Gaming. I know, I couldn't believe it either. I was so starstruck.
I heard that guy takes too long for everything.
I heard that he just is so humble, you know? Like, he just doesn't like talking about himself, so everybody else has to talk about him. And, you know, everybody should just go and follow him. You know, he also has a YouTube channel, which is Asmo2884.
That was before, yeah.
That was
You know when you create a channel before you decide to take anything seriously, and then you're like, I'll just start gaming a little bit, and then it's big enough that starting all over again seems like a silly idea, so you're like, I'll just go with that stupid channel name I have.
Hi,
You
yes,
mean like mangled pork?
Gaming over here.
I can't relate. I've been OMG Vandy since I started, so.
Feeling I know very, very well.
I'll tell you guys what ASMO means in the
It's like ASMR.
in the after show.
Oh.
Yeah.
Secret
Well, if there's
behind
ever
the
a way
scenes.
to ever a reason to go support the Patreon, that would be
Bring
it.
food and drinks for anyone going to watch the after show.
Oh,
You'll
oh
get
yeah,
Yeah,
hungry.
you're gonna
of
get
course.
hungry otherwise. It's just...
I like in chat someone said, "Did we just get a cavalcade sheepy outro?" And yes, that's what that was.
Sounds about right.
Tyler.
We up to Tyler.
Are we gonna try and do what they just did, or because some people are suggesting?
I don't have the
know.
brain power for that.
Me either. I'm Apocalypse_12 all over the internet. You can also just search Tyler Scheid. Last name is German, so spell it correctly. Scheid. But I just finished, and I'm very proud of my wonderful community and all of the people involved for helping make this a reality. We raised $13,897 for Able Gamers yesterday. And all the credit goes to all the people that showed up, all the people that donated, all the people involved. Like, all I did was create a link. That's all them. I'm so proud of them. They just incredible. So if you want to check that out, the VOD is on my Twitch channel. You can check out my Twitch. I stream, sometimes do stuff for charity. And yeah, I've got a YouTube channel. Probably the funniest video I've ever posted on my YouTube channel I put up before the stream, where I'm just laying on a floor being ridiculous. But yeah, make sure and check all of that out. And also here on Roll For It, support all these wonderful people. Support Sheepy, support Vandy, support Bentham. They're all wonderful, amazing humans. And make sure and send plenty of love Maggie's way. Just send her all of the love in the world.
Oh, sorry, just before you do your outro, Betham, I do have a minor thing. Regard, I'll be sending you your sign-ups and then rolls over the course of this week. So if you're wanting to get involved with the Regard, now is a great time, because it's actually going to start going now. Sorry, carry on.
Awesome. Yeah, I am Bentham, and I haven't unfortunately got a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel called Mangled Gaming, where I play games, funnily enough. Lots of Valheim, so much Valheim, and occasionally other things like Dyson Sphere program, probably, maybe. I didn't think that anything could tear me away from Dyson Sphere, but Valheim did it, and boy, did it do it, and now I can't play anything else, but we'll see. I don't know. And yeah, just doing lots of stuff on Roll For It. I'm over on the Thursday show as well, playing D&D. As I feared for E killing off my family at any moment, which is how you always play D&D with EE.
So art reflects real life.
Concern? Yeah, anyway, I don't think there's any tips, but it could just be that I'm doing this wrong. So I'm going to assume there's none, and you'll hear later on if there were some. And yeah, that is the things. We're going to go record an after show, which will be up on the Patreon in a couple days' time. And in the meantime, you can check us out on Roll For It next Thursday playing D&D, or, of course, next week to see our guest cast come in and get murdered at our expense. So with that, we shall say goodbye and see you then.